adopted a new form of government. United States of America, Representative James Traficant Jr. of Ohio, addressing the House of Representatives, etc. Mr. Speaker, we are here now in Chapter 11, and members of Congress are official trustees presiding over the greatest reorganization of any bankrupt entity in world history, the U.S. government. We are setting forth, hopefully, a blueprint for our future. There are some who say it is a coroner's report that will lead to our demise. It is an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act of March the 9th, 1933, 48 Statute, 1 Public Law, 89-719, and declared by President Roosevelt being bankrupt and insolvent, HJR 192, 73rd Congress, in session, June the 5th, 1933, joint resolution to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause, dissolved the sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacities of all United States governmental offices, officers, and departments, and is further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only. The receivers of the United States bankruptcy are the international bankers via United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, and all United States offices, officials, and departments are now operating within a de facto status in name only under emergency war powers. With the constitutional Republican form of government now dissolved, the receivers of the bankruptcy have adopted a new form of government for the United States. And this new form of government is known as a democracy, being an established socialist communist order under a new governor for America. And this act was instituted and established by transferring and replacing the office of the Secretary of the Treasury to that of the Governor of the International Monetary Fund, Public Law 94-564, page 8, Section HR 13955 reads in part, the United States Secretary of Treasury receives no compensation for representing the United States. Gold and silver was such a powerful money during the founding of the United States of America that the founding fathers declared that only gold or silver coins can be money in America. And since gold and silver coinage were heavy and inconvenient for a lot of transactions, they were stored in banks, and a plain check was used as a money substitute. People traded their coupons as money or currency. Currency is not money, but a money substitute. Redeemable currency must promise to pay a dollar equivalent in gold or silver money. Federal Reserve notes make no such promises and are not money, quote unquote. A Federal Reserve note is a debt obligation of the federal United States government and is not money. The federal United States government and the U.S. Congress were not and have never been authorized by the Constitution for the United States of America to issue currency of any kind, but only lawful money, gold and silver coins. It is essential that we comprehend the distinction between real money and paper money substitutes. One cannot get rich by accumulating money substitutes. One can only get deeper in debt. And we the people are no longer have any money, and most Americans have never been paid any money for a very long time, perhaps not in their entire life. Now do you comprehend why you feel broke? Now do you understand why you are bankrupt, along with the rest of the country? Federal Reserve notes are unsigned checks written on a closed account. Federal Reserve notes are an inflatable paper system designed to create debt through inflation and devaluation of currency. And whenever there's an increase in the supply of a money substitute in the economy without a corresponding increase in the gold and silver backing, inflation occurs. Inflation is an invisible form of taxation that irresponsible governments inflict on their citizens. The Federal Reserve Bank, who controls the supply of money and movement, has everybody fooled. They have access to an unlimited supply of Federal Reserve notes, paying only for the printing cost of what they need. Federal Reserve notes are nothing more than promissory notes for U.S. Treasury securities, T-bills, and a promise to pay the debt to the Federal Reserve Bank. And there is a fundamental difference between paying and discharging a debt, quote unquote. To pay a debt, you must pay with the value of substance, i.e. gold, silver, barter, or commodity. With Federal Reserve notes, you can only discharge a debt. You cannot pay a debt with a debt currency system. You cannot service a debt with a currency that has no backing in value or substance. And no contract in common law is valid unless it involves an exchange of good and valuable consideration. Unpayable debt transfers power and control of the sovereign power structure that has no interest in money, law, equity, or justice because they have so much wealth already. And that's by virtue of those Federal Reserve notes. And their lust for power and control, and since the inception of central banking, they have controlled the fates of nations. And the Federal Reserve System is based on the canon law and the principles of sovereignty protected in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. In fact, the international bankers and a common law trust, quote unquote, use the common law trust, quote unquote, as their model, adding stock and naming it a joint stock trust, quote unquote. And the U.S. Congress has passed a law making it illegal for any legal person, quote unquote, to duplicate a quote unquote joint stock trust in 1873. And the Federal Reserve Act was legislated post facto to 1870, although post facto laws are strictly prohibited by the Constitution. See Section 19.3. The Federal Reserve System is a sovereign power structure separate and distinct from the federal United States government. The Federal Reserve is a maritime lender and or maritime insurance underwriter to the federal United States, operating exclusively under Admiralty maritime law, and the lender or underwriter bears the risk, and the maritime law compelling specific performance in paying the interest or premiums are the same. Assets of the debtor can also be hypothecated to pledge something as a security without taking possession of it as security by the lender or underwriter. And the several Federal Reserve Acts stipulated that the interest on the debt was to be paid in gold, and there was no stipulation in the Federal Reserve Act for ever paying the principal. And prior to 1913, most Americans owned clear, allodial title to property, free and clear of any liens or mortgages until the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 hypothecated all property within the federal United States to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, in which the trustees, stockholders, held legal title. And the U.S. citizen, tenant, franchisee was registered as a beneficiary of the trust via his or her birth certificate. And in 1933, the federal United States hypothecated all of the present and future properties, assets, and labor of their subjects. The 14th Amendment U.S. citizen to the Federal Reserve System. In return, the Federal Reserve System agreed to extend the Federal United States Corporation all the credit money substitute it needed. Like any other debtor, the federal United States government had to assign a collateral and security to their creditors as a condition of the loan. And since the federal United States didn't have any assets, they assigned the private property of their economic slaves, the U.S. citizens, as collateral against the unpayable federal debt. And they also pledged the unincorporated federal territories, national parks, forests, birth certificates, and non-profit organizations as collateral against the federal debt. All has already been transferred as payment to the international bankers. And unwittingly, America has returned to its pre-American Revolution feudal roots, whereby the land is held by a sovereign and the common people had no rights to hold a allodial title to property. Once again, we the people are tenants and sharecroppers, renting our own property from the sovereign in the guise of the Federal Reserve Bank, and we the people have exchanged one master for another. And this has been going on for over 80 years now without informed knowledge of the American people and without a voice protesting loud enough. Now it is easy to grasp why America is so fundamentally bankrupt, and why don't more people own their properties outright, and why are 90% of Americans mortgaged to the hilt and have little or no assets after all debts and liabilities have been paid? Why does it feel like you are working harder and harder and getting less and less? And we are reaping what we have sown. And the result of our harvest is a painful bankruptcy and the foreclosure of American property, precious liberties, and the way of life. And few of our elected representatives in Washington, D.C. have dared to tell the truth. The federal United States is bankrupt, and our children will inherit this unpayable debt and the tyranny to enforcing the paying of it. And America has become completely bankrupt in world leadership, financial credit, and its reputation for courage, vision, and human rights. And this is an undeclared economic war, bankruptcy, and economic slavery of the most corrupt order. Wake up, America, and take back your country. And that's James Tropicon, except on the floor of the House of Representatives, and is documented. And as a matter of fact, it was so devastating, and people have been writing in that they went in and altered the record even. They took this first entry part out of the record. And that's documented, and I got the documents for that too. And then it makes reference back to even the extract of the 1916 congressional records, and this is Senator Owen in 1916. I wish to put into the record the secret Treaty of Verona of November the 22nd, 1822, showing what this ancient conflict is between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. And I wish to call the attention to the Senate of this treaty because it is the threat of this treaty which was the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. And it throws a powerful white light upon the conflict between the monarchical government and the government by the people. And the Holy Alliance, under the influence of Metternich, the Premier of Austria, in 1822, issued this remarkable secret document. And this is on American Diplomatic Codes of 1884, Volume 2, Elliott, page 779, Congressional Records, the Secret Treaty of Verona. And the undersigned, specially authorized to make some additions to the Treaty of the Holy Alliance after having exchanged their respective credentials, have agreed as follows. Article 1, the high contracting powers being convinced that the system of representative government is equally as incompatible with the monarchical principles as the maxims of the sovereignty of the people with divine rights engage mutually in the maxim of in the most solemn manner, to use all that their efforts to put an end to the system of representative governments in whatever country it may exist in Europe, and to prevent its being introduced in those countries where it is not yet known. Article 2, as it can not be doubted that the liberty of the press is the most powerful means used by the pretended supporters of the rights of nations to determine to the detriment, of those princes of the high contracting parties promise reciprocally to adopt all proper measures to suppress it, not only in their own states but also in the rest of Europe. Article 3, convinced that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in the state of passive obedience, which they owe to their princes, the high contracting parties declare it to be their intention to sustain in their representative states those measures which the clergy may adopt with the aim of ameliorating their own interests intimately connected with the preservation of the authority of the princes, and the contracting powers join in offering their thanks to the Pope for what he has already done for them and solicit his constant cooperation in their views of submitting the nations. And that's just Article 3.
Islam, 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 and welcome and greetings to everyone. This evening, this is a special panel that we're doing, and we're going to be speaking with a group of Moors who are going to give us some insight on a broad spectrum of topics and subjects. I'm going to go ahead and identify those that are there, and as you hear your name, if you could maybe give a little wave just so that the viewers would be able to identify who is whom from whom. The first panelist I'd like to introduce is what I would identify as a no-nonsense, modest brother. That would be Brother Senra Bey. You give him a wave and let him know that you are in that icon. Great. Now, our up-and-coming new energy on the block would be a young brother, Devon Robinson L. Could you give them a wave and shout out, brother? Let them know which window you're in. Islam. Okay, sound a little robot-y there, but you're in. Okay, next is broad all-around scholar, Brother Amexem MOOR Day, and if you could give them a wave, we can see you in the house, brother. Now we're moving on down to Sister, some female energy in the house. Sister Sela Lee Bay, if you might be able to wave and let them know which window you are in, my dear. There you go. Okay. And we also have in the house behind the scenes guru and webmaster of ActiveMoors.com as well as MOORbook.com. She's a powerhouse all around. Gal Friday is what I call her, a major force holding down a lot of the social media materials relative to the Moorish directory as well. Sister is also in this, a very creative entrepreneur as well, and owner and operator of a new site, which is Renowned Royalty, and that is Sister Sharice L. If you could give them a wave, sister, and let them know which one you're in. There you go.
Islam family, peace and love.
And last but not least, a man that wears many hats, a lecturer, author, MSTFA, Grand Chief out of Ontario Territory, Canada. The man I call the perpetual thorn in the side of the dirty Moors, the mastermind behind the Iron Sheep Will of Allah website, as well as the mastermind behind that proper Moorish music, and much more. Moorish History School, Eyes Wide Open blog talk program panelist as well, and a consistent, long-standing Moorish community activist, and that would be Brother Ujo Adwo L. Peace and love, brother. All right, and Ujo, I understood I was speaking to someone from the temple, and they told me that they can usually find you if they're having problems locating you. They can always go out back and find you sharpening your Sevatar. Is that correct? Brother Cujo, can you hear me?
Hear you now. I didn't hear you just now. You broke up.
Okay, I was speaking with some brothers from the temple, and they told me that anytime they're having trouble locating you, they can go out back and catch you sharpening your Sevatar. So
you gotta keep it sharp.
That's the rumor going around.
It's only a rumor.
Okay. All right. And we have standing in the wings also a young brother who had a couple questions that he wanted to have verified. So we're going to have an opportunity to allow for him to ask that along with those that are going to be coming into the chat space. And excuse me. What I'd like to do for those individuals out there that may not be familiar with who we are, may not have ever heard of the term MOOR, I'd like to just give a very brief couple points of logic to consider, and that'll help with what I call the paradigm shift of understanding one or two things as to what we'll be talking about this evening. One of those is what I call the saltine cracker example. And what it is if you take a saltine cracker in your hand and you break that saltine cracker, what you'll find is on one side, the salt equally as displaced as the salt on the other hand. You have two separate halves of the cracker now, and you see that the salt itself is still equally divided on both sides of the cracker. That's an example of what transpired when we had the separations of the continents, what we call America from the continent, which we call Africa today. The salt on those saltine crackers did not miraculously jump over to one side or the other, just as the individuals, the humans whom were there at the time of the Great Divide of Pangea decide to exclusively jump over to the African side and leave us with no one here. Okay. The other is that if we think about the logical aspect that the body can only go without water for a period of 7 days before your electrolytes begin to break down and those vital organs began to cease functioning correctly, followed by death. One can imagine, and it helps us to appreciate, that if you have conditions such as the hot box that would have occurred in the hull of a ship in that particular region over 100 degrees, you're going to be sweating profusely. And under those conditions, you also probably will be vomiting. There would be, because of the infections from the chains and shackles, there would be profuse vomiting as well. In other words, what I'm saying is that there would be a greater loss of body fluids than there would be under any other condition. So it begs the question relative to what I call the great American riddle is, how did that scientifically occur when we recognize that that voyage, that trip took a minimum at the speed of the clipper ships of that day, you can Google it, was 5 miles an hour. So we're talking about 5 months. Even if you were to have enough water for each individual, as they would often say, it would be 400 to 500. Some history books say 600 Negroes, as they put it, in a hull of a ship, and needing to provide them at least a half a cup of water. A thing called physics, basic science, logic would let us know that that boat would sink at the dock. All right, so we're dealing with scientific as well as biological evidence that something else took place other than what we've been accepting without question in the so-called public schools. We were already here. We are the indigenous and aboriginal Americans, those which are cognizant of the fact that we are not Negro, Black, colored, Ethiopian, and or nor African American, as branded by I Am Somebody Jackson. So we recognize our indigenousness, and we go by the title, which was the last internationally recognized and still, excuse me, internationally recognized legal and lawful title, and that is MOOR, or Moorish. And our Moorish community are the indigenous Aboriginal Americans. And this is a panel of those who are going to be assisting us in understanding a broad spectrum of things this evening. Now, I'd like to ask if Brother Cujo would not mind in providing us some information regarding the Moorish Science Temple of America and our noble prophet, Noble Drew Ali. If you could provide us with some information and information of those that might not be familiar, Brother Sheikh Cujo, would you mind doing so?
Islam. To start, I would say, as we're taught by Noble Ali, man knows being told. Just do your research on Noble Drew Ali. He was born 1886, 1989. There's a huge FBI file on him and the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's huge for you to go. And the reason that you're going to research that is so that you can be clear that the so-called quote white man, whatever, they know about Moors, they know about Noble Drew Ali, they know what he cared. A Holy Quran's 101 questionnaire. They know about Moorish Guide newspaper. They know about all the manufacturing companies that the Moors had. They know about the infiltration that happened. They know about all the confusion that took place. This is just from the FBI papers, right? Do your research on him, just like you do your research on everybody else. If we ask you about Marcus Garvey, you're going to run down stuff on him. Elijah Muhammad, you're going to run down information. Clarence 13 next, you're going to run down stuff. El-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz, run down things. Noble Drew Ali, crickets. Due diligence with regard to Noble Drew Ali. But I will say that the fact that if you know about all these other people that call themselves people, literary people and scholastic people, and you know about all of them, but you never heard about Noble Drew Ali, that should inspire you to really go check him out. Individual that you never heard of, when you've heard about all the people. What's the secret? You do your research on Noble Drew Ali and conclusion as to whether what he was doing was people or whether he was just wasting his time.
Islam. As well, I would think that that would also, just within itself, not being familiar with the individual and being as dynamic as he was, that would seem as if that was something that was purposefully hidden from all. And there's a thing that I often state, and that is that there are no mysteries. There are only missed stories. And it appears as if Noble Drew Ali and the work that he was and energy placing into that institution which he created, the Moorish Science Temple of America, has also been purposefully hidden from the rest of our community, those Moors that are not familiar with who they are, in fact, and that they are indigenous and Aboriginal, as well as others, the Europeans that are here. In addition to that, I'd like to mention the fact that the empire was in New York, and that can be also verified by a letter from George Washington giving great accolades and thanks to the emperor of the time for allowing George Washington the ninth president, not the first president, as stated in his letter, which is not difficult to locate by Googling it, as well as we can locate that on RV Bay Publications, as well as the MOORishDirectory.com. And you will find that the empire was in New York, and that is why they call it the Empire State. And as one would know, Moors have been well known throughout history as the master navigators of the planet and tradesmen. And that is what could account for the World Trade Center existing in that particular area that we now call New York. And metaphysically, it's interesting also to understand that taking down of the World Trade Centers was actually a metaphysical operation, in that if we consider that a mother would jump in front of a bullet to save their child, that helps us to appreciate that the opposite of love is not hate, but that in fact, the opposite of love, love being an abandonment of self and ego, and giving totally of themselves for another, that state of consciousness, love, the opposite of it is not hate, as most people would think. That's a byproduct. That's a byproduct and symptom of its opposite. And the opposite of love is terror. Just as a mother would not be afraid to jump in front of her a bullet for her child out of her love for her child, that's called fearlessness. So the opposite of fearlessness is fear, and the ultimate manifestation of that is terror. So when we're looking at the World Trade Center being taken down in that bloodletting ritual, it is not hard to appreciate how the hive mind of men, the consciousness of all the individuals on this planet, were focused on our empire, which is destined to be that which will arise with the spirit of love, to in fact assist in that noble task as we've been charged with by our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the uplifting of fallen humanity. So logically, we can see that ritual was a stopgap measure to try to prevent the inevitable, which is the uplifting of fallen humanity through love. And with that, is there anyone else that would like to add on to any aspect of what was mentioned, or build upon it in any context, way, shape, or form?
Islam, I will.
Okay. All right, go ahead, brother.
Islam, I just want to touch upon the MSTA and Prophet Noble Drew Ali just a tad bit more. Some people have never heard of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. As Cujo said, you've heard about everyone else. El Hajj Malik Al-Shabazz, Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey, everybody else. Most people have never heard of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We want to clear one thing up. As a prophet, we do not worship Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We do not worship Jesus. We do not worship Buddha. We do not worship Confucius. We pay the highest respect and honors to our prophets. And people need to understand that there are a lot of people who say stuff like, you're worshiping a dead guy. No. We pay the highest honors and respect to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, because our people have fallen. If it not for Prophet Noble Drew Ali, our nationality is out the window. You might as well, what they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater. Our nationality is out the window. So if Prophet Noble Drew Ali doesn't come back and bring us to Old Canaanite Temple in 1913, then we stay a bunch of lost souls. Cujo spoke a little bit about basically the prophet being betrayed. And you can go back into history, just like Cujo told you. You can check out things such as the Negro Project, and you can Google that, and you can research the Negro Project, where they got so-called Negro preachers to push their agenda. They got people we trusted to push their agenda. So nationality was out the window. Worship and honor. Everything except our nationality. You can Google these things. The Negro, please. Anybody that's never put out. That's just a piece of information that can start to shed some light on. As far as Temple of America, you need to be clear that that was an institution that was brought back for the salvation of. Repeat, the Moorish Science Temple of America does not make us Moors. For anybody who thinks that it does, ask yourself the simple question: where do Chinese people go to become Chinese? And with that, I yield the floor.
Islam. Wow. And also mentioning that relative to our, what I would call our credo, which is love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We had some technical difficulties earlier, and we needed to cut some systems back on because we had people out there, so to speak, tampering with our internet connection exactly at the time that we were about to cut on to the second, matter of fact. Our signal was yanked. All right, now, brothers and sisters, I have a young man who is visiting with us on the panel today. This is Brother Tyrone Adams Bay. And the reason that I asked if he would join with us is because he has a couple questions that he would like to ask, because in fact, he has asked these questions at his temple, and he's hoping that he might be able to get further verification as to the responses that he received. Brother Tyrone, can you hear me?
Islam. All right, if you'd be so kind and wouldn't mind, can you tell us your first question and inquiry that you'd like to have the panel perhaps answer for you?
Yes. My question was, can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly well.
Okay. My question was, if this was a question I asked at my temple, and it was, if we are not Negro, colored, Black, Ethiopian, I know it don't say African American, but African American, why are we divided as Moors? And the answer that I received was that if you are not under the MST of A, then you are not a Moor because you are not recognized by the government. And that confused me, and I was trying to get an understanding, so I needed like a second opinion on that question.
All right, and Brother Ty, could you identify which temple you attend, and also maybe elaborate upon, if they told you, what government are they talking about?
Well, I was told the government that we fall under, the Holy Divine Constitution and the Constitution of the Republic for the U.S.
I see. So you're talking about the U.S. Constitution Republic?
Yes.
That government that we know has gone into receivership?
Yes.
Okay. So right there, we would wonder how that would be a factor.
But relative to that, is there anybody on the panel that would like to take a first step at that? I can just mention for a fact that I know that the way that one becomes a Moor is not coming through a temple, but coming through your mother's womb, birth canal. And that's the only thing which you come through in order to become a Moor, is through your mother's birth canal. But anyone else like to address that?
Could I address it? This is Brother Divine Robinson L.
By all means.
With being probably the youngest person on this panel, I would just like to say, just from my experiences, I've heard that as well, that you can only be a Moor if you go through the Moorish Science Temple of America. And it just, just talking with different people, the only question that I would have is, if all the temples burned down today, would that still not make us Moors?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
when you say would that still not make us Moors, what is a Moor?
You said what is a Moor?
Right. You said would that still not make us Moors? Yes. How would you identify Moor? Would that have to do with your nationality, hereditament? Exactly what is it that makes one a Moor? Is it the blood coursing through your body? What have you been told?
Well, just from my perspective, what makes you a Moor is your bloodline, your heritage, your pedigree. The fact that, like Brother Jonathan said, the fact that we come through our mother's womb is what makes us a Moor, because when you look up the word Moor, not only is it a noun, but it's a verb transitive as well. So we moor upon our mother's waters before we even hit the earth plane.
Islam. Okay. Anybody else like to bring a little light to young brother Tyrone Adams Bay's question regarding that particular question?
Islam, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, sister. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say briefly that if we all agree that the Moorish Divine and National Movement and even the Moorish Science Temple of America, we're saying that Moor is our nationality and not necessarily a race, then you look at the word nationality, which refers to your bloodline, because when you look at it etymologically, it traces back to birth, and that is representing like your bloodline, because your bloodline is, you are born through a particular bloodline. And again, kind of echoing previously stated contentions, if you will, I would say that if we're saying Moor, being a Moor, that's my nationality, that is blood. A temple can't give you blood. It can't, designate your blood as being a particular nationality. They don't have that ability. Like it's already been stated, the only way that nationality and bloodline are quote unquote given is through your mother. So but I just bring the etymological piece, Islam.
I think one of the things that raises in my mind that Tyrone mentioned was that they were waiting for someone else to validate them. That they were waiting for an authority to give them permission to recognize themselves. And that seems to be something that is common with our people. It's almost programmed into us, so to speak. We've certainly been short-circuited. And what I identify for many people is that if we're looking at more science, we're really looking at metaphysics and understanding that as one studies, one is religioning themselves to that which they were once aligned with and connected to, that would be their legion. And re-legioning, or as they would pronounce it, religion, is the act of aligning your consciousness with that of your ancient forebearers, and literally coming into a physical mindset as well as consciousness of understanding of whom you are, as in, man, know thyself, to thyself be true, seeking ye shall find, when you're ready, the teacher will appear. Islam?
Islam. If I can, I'd like to add on.
Absolutely.
Brother Tyrone, can you hear me?
Islam.
All right, this is Satan Rabe. You said you are a part of the temple, right?
Islam.
So you have studied the 101s.
Yes.
All right, let's go into the 101s for a quick second because I want to clear something up for you. When was Prophet Noble Drew Ali born?
1886.
Where at?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Yes.
When was the Moorish Science Temple of America formed?
1913.
The Old Canaanite Temple was formed in 1913. When was the Moorish Science Temple of America formed?
Was that 19? I don't know that by heart. No, I don't know.
All right. Then I'm not going to tell you the answer. That's for you to research. But I got another question for you. In the 101s, it asks, what is your nationality? What is
It's Moorish American.
All right. Also in the one.
We're losing your brother. Brother, we're losing some of your audio. Can you start that sentence again?
Indeed. In the 101, it also asks, what is Prophet Noble Drew Ali's nationality?
It's Moorish American.
Moorish American. All right. Now, if Prophet Noble Drew Ali was born in 1886,
right,
in the corporate state of North Carolina, and the Old Canaanite Temple didn't come around until 13, and then you got the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, 25, and then MSTA, 27. What temple did Prophet Noble Drew Ali go to in 1886 to become Moorish American?
The Old Canaanite Temple.
No. What year was he born?
Follow the chronology. Go ahead and give it to him one more time, brothers. Slowly. Follow the chronology now.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali was born 1886.
Right.
In the corporate state of North Carolina, correct?
Oh, yeah. He didn't go to no temple because he was born in North Carolina.
There you go.
Right.
So if the prophet needed not to go to a temple to be Moorish American,
right,
why does anyone else have to go to a temple to become Moorish American?
I get what you're saying.
Right. So we don't. What you got to understand is this. The Old Canaanite Temple, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, the Moorish Science Temple of America, they are institutions. They were brought forth to bring us back into the constitutional form of government. They were brought forth to bring us back into who we are as Moorish Americans, as descendants of the ancient Moabites.
Right.
Let's not forget, earlier, Brother Jonathan Bay told us, he talked about the continents separating. He talked about Pangea.
Right.
He talked about what we know today as North America, Central America, and South America, along with the adjoining islands, and the continent we know today as Africa.
Right.
He talked about that being one continent, and breaking the saltine cracker in half and watching it shift apart is what we did with those continents, correct?
Yes.
Now, don't forget that you had Moabites, you had Hittites, you had Canaanites, you had Amorites, and you had all these other different family members on that one specific landmass.
Right.
And what did we do? We all walked off. Now, let's just use the Sister Salah for an example because she's on the panel. If she is the Moabite mother, and I'm a Hittite, and Brother Cujo's a Canaanite, and Brother Jonathan is an Amorite, but we're all her children. If we all disperse to different parts of this world, are we still not her children?
Yes, you still her children, yes.
So we're still descendants of the Moabites.
Right.
Right? You got to take this information that you get when you read, and you got to be able to decipher it and break it down and really put it together and be able to comprehend what you're not being told, because they're not going to tell you this in the temple.
And
And don't get me wrong, all temples are not bad. I love Cujo's temple. I'm in Canaan land all the time. So all temples are not bad, but if you go into a temple and they can't answer these questions, or they won't, and they won't give you the proper information, then they're not doing their job properly. So
Islam,
I'm sorry. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I understand that, you know, and that's why I just brought these questions to the panel, because I just need to hear from somebody else. Because I speak with the brother Jonathan Bay on a regular. And my father is also a Moor. So, well, I mean, of course he's a Moor, but he's in the temple and he shares a lot of knowledge with me also. So, you know, I just wanted to get another opinion from somebody outside of my temple, you know, just to, you know, gain a little clarity.
And to encapsulate, if I might interject, not to cut your wisdom, but to encapsulate what was stated, that we're basically looking at that if, in fact, we all are of that Moabite blood, then that would make all Moors. Doesn't matter what may have transpired, doesn't matter what institutions may have been created, it is your family's blood, your heritage, which identifies your nationality and whom you are relative to your position amongst the rest of the world. That is your identifier. Brands such as Black, Negro, Colored, Coon, African American, those are brands that were placed upon us as a matter of trickery to keep us from understanding that we have and belong to a nation, that we have a nationality, one which in fact is indigenous and aboriginal to this land, and that is Moorish. And the Moorish Science Temple, as brother was so astute in pointing out for us, was created by a Moor. He didn't create the temple and then deem himself at that point in time a Moor. He was a Moor before was brought into fruition. So hopefully that helps in clarifying part of that. I'm hearing a lot of rubbing or something. There's something going on with the microphones. Just wanted to bring out for whomever may not be aware. So that is one of the somewhat common type of questions that you have brought from time to time. Brother Tyrone, can you give me another example of something that you just wanted to try to get some reclarification on, as well as maybe just a second opinion?
Yes. A question I asked was, what does our fez symbolize or represent? And it was stated to me that it is our religious headdress. Then I was told that I would find out about this later, what the true meaning is.
Now, from what I understand, Noble Drew Ali identified that there would be no more secrets, that the paraphrasing, that shroud of secrecy was wiped away during his time, and that it would seem as if, in fact, he being the founder of the temple who made that statement, would it not be also odd that someone who's representing the institution which he created would be telling you that there are secrets
being held to you until such time they deem you qualified to hear those secrets?
Yes.
Does anyone else feel like chiming in on that? Perhaps Sheikh Cujo, are you there?
Islam, more.
Islam. Being a Grand Sheikh of the Moorish Temple of America, perhaps you can elaborate on that a little bit more eloquently than I.
Well, I mean, it's very unfortunate because these people have a position of trust. You know, people are putting their trust tools. And like Brother Jonathan Bay is saying, like if Noble Drew Ali, that there's no secrets. And in 2016, people are keeping secrets. Something about those people. No room for secrets. And as much as I and say Islam and have nationality cards and red flag, green 5-point star that are around today, that position is to keep this passive. Case in point, them telling you that this is a religious headwear, not a national headwear. Right?
Right.
Why would they say that it's a religious headwear but not a national? Because this is divine and national. Divine would be the religious aspect of the fez, right? And then there'll be a national aspect of it. On the world, and you can see that people use it on those two tiers. Perspective, or from a religious perspective, when you see the fez outside of North America.
It's a national.
And like right. And like we're saying with the saltine cracker, even if it separates, doesn't matter. Because it's all culture. So they're doing a service by saying religious headwear, but not national headwear. Because when anytime you hear somebody that claims that they're a Moor, and they make reference to religion or as much divine national movement, and that is no, then a constitutional right, not some religious praying or whatever. Anytime you hear religion, they're supposed to be teaching from the perspective of that religious aspect is based on your constitutional right to a religion, not because you can have a religion and be absent-minded of the constitutional right to the religion. Like that, no, that no, they're playing. I yield the floor.
You're breaking up just a little bit on the last of what you were saying, Brother Cujo, on that last two sentences. Could you repeat that? Because I heard part of it and it was very important.
The point being that these individuals that are supposed to be teaching and putting out correct information are not doing that. Deliberately, they're not doing that. Because they should be telling you that it's a national headwear. Even if they're Moorish Science Temple of America. And I can say that because that's how we were taught. As far as people who taught that this is national headwear first, and then it's religious. Only if some type of fight from them on the national, but then you just throw religious out there, and that'll shut them up.
Now,
Right.
so would that say, Brother Cujo, and this is a question, this is a legitimate question. Do you feel as if that is a maneuver that is intended to create controversies, to create a segregative atmosphere between those who would, let's say, I've heard the term temple Moors, whatever that might stand for in the minds of whatever individual might receive it. Moors who are consistent with their temple activities, I guess would probably be a better way of putting that, and those who are focused more so on the national aspect, as well as those that are scholars and students of law. Is this something that's being intentionally done as a divisive mechanism, or is it being done for some other reason?
Well, I'm going to yield for some of the other panelists, but I will say this, that what we're seeing today is a ripple effect. People before that Noble ordered, and then people before them, and then people before them, and then people before them, right? So know that this is not something that they just decided to start doing today. This is something that they know when the minds of the people start getting stimulated. No, they already have a tracker of what they can put out to attention from what this is really about. So I would consider that.
So you're saying basically also that that's just been somewhat of a custom almost.
Right. I yield the floor. Islam.
Sister Sharice L., are you still there?
Islam, I'm here.
Islam. What is your thought on that for the young brother, and also to maybe provide us some of your opinion, insight, and considerations with respect to why we are seen to still have this deviation from the material as it was being taught during the time of the Prophet? And might it be that it is, in fact, COINTELPRO, or would you think that it is just simply a lack of knowledge? And if so, this is supposed to be coming from those that we would expect would be scholarly and the ones that one would rightfully go to for the correct information. Could you maybe speak on that?
Yes. My analysis from being in the movement so far is that it's both. COINTEL, it's those who are within our movement with the intent to completely destroy what it is that Noble Drew Ali has built.
Well, let me ask you this. Now, you say our movement. You're talking about, if you could define and identify what the movement or is, and identify also the difference between the movement and the temple.
The Moorish Divine and National Movement is what was founded by our Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
All right.
And the temple was set up for civic purposes initially, and then it adopted a religious cover in order to meet people where they were at, but also get them in the habit of understanding civics, because Noble Drew Ali understood that we didn't know anything about civics. We didn't know anything about nationality. At the time, 1920s, you have a lot going on at that time with people trying to it was more so about just trying to organize things and really set up our own. And everything before the crash in the 1920s, everything was allodial, everything was really free, you know. But at the same time, because of the setup with the 14th Amendment that we had to go through as a people, there was so much miseducation and indoctrination that was going on. What Noble Jew Ali was really trying to do was counteract all of that was going on. And so with the temple that he set up, it was really just to give our people baby steps to really fully understand what nationality is and the political scheme of how the world operates. But again, you do have those COINTEL operatives who continue to push the Negro black color agenda, continue to really play on our people's ignorance. And this is why I say it is both. Because our people...
Is that maybe why a brother such as young Tyrone might be called or considered radical if he is to mention or ask any questions regarding anything that might have to do with his nationality?
I would say so in a sense because, well, for one, let me just put it for the record that Noble Jew Ali was calling all Moors to come to the temple. Now, for him to be calling Moors to come to the temple, clearly you had to be a Moor before you got to the temple. All right? Yeah. So just with that, you know, just in that alone, you have a lot to stand on. But again, with the reasoning why our people aren't getting the civics as they should is once again the COINTEL operation within education system, within on television, the radio, everything constantly on repetition to really dictate to you how to operate and what to know. And our people not taking it upon themselves to want to enlighten their own minds and really come out of that repetitive cycle that is being constructed for them. They then fall victim to what is essentially set up as their demise. Hence why they're going through the turmoil that they're going through now.
Islam. And Sister Sheila Lee Bay, as a astrologist, might you be able to, I don't know, let's say also relate that somewhat to culture? When you are denying someone of their nationality, wouldn't also culture play an important part of that? Your opinion on that?
Yes, because every nation or every nationality, and this is just in me stating this is really in an initiate. It's a comment for an initiate, because ultimately we know that all the quote unquote nations of the earth belong to one nationality, but yet and still part are aspects of their culture, the things that they eat, the way that they dress, the way that they raise their children and what they teach their children, and the way that they kind of live and run their daily lives with respect to spirituality. And I say that connotatively when I say spirituality. So astrology, if for example, is a large part of the culture of the people of the Indus River Valley, referred to as the Indians of India. And so they determine who they will marry based on astrology. When they are born, they don't have birth certificates. They have birth records or with their natal information, and they have their religious leaders are all able to read a chart and lay the natal record. So and we know that people of the Indus River Valley ultimately are a part of our culture, because Moors are international. And so the connection there is that those Moors are knowledgeable and aware of their identity and cultural practices and Islam. Okay. And it is Islam. I apologize. I'm turning on my camera since I'm speaking.
Certainly.
And it is beneficial to their society in that their children, even those who come here and they become quote unquote Americanized, and I say that connotatively, even those who come over and take on certain cultures and customs, they have a foundation and a base in who they know, what they are to do and how they are to act and live, and how they are to make choices based on their cultural foundation. So by lacking that, because you lack a true sense of identity, I mean, that will really throw you off balance. And for us, part of that is a lack of knowledge of astrology, both in interpreting a chart, because I know that is something a lot of people are interested in, but also in comprehending how astrology is really the foundation of civilizations, in the sense that a civilization is based on being able to no longer from place to place live nomadically, but to be able to live in one place and have on a consistent basis. So that our ancestors use knowledge of the stars and their placement at certain times of the year and their visibility at certain times of the year to determine what the seasons were. And that way they could continue to yield a crop that could feed an entire village, society, civilization. And so there's a quote that a brother has always said to me. He says, "There's no culture without agriculture." The culture is in, and when I say culture here, we're again talking about astrology. The culture initially is in understanding the patterns of nature in order to know like how we can thrive as a society, primarily eat, like grow food, also birth babies, know the tides, know when certain energies will be present to our benefit, to do certain things, whether again we should get married. We talked about that earlier. So it's a huge deal to know your culture, identity, because it really throws your entire life off balance. And when you identify as Black, then you are disconnected from the culture, including astrology. You have a false concept of these quote unquote holidays, which are really holy days, and they're holy for a reason. But it's not the reasons that we are given, because all of that is dogma, and that's what people who lack a culture receive. So as you can see, lacking astrology as our base has a fundamental effect on us, and we won't progress until we accept that as a part of ourselves.
Islam. There was another prophet that we hold in high regard that also spoke of the fact that at his time that his people suffered from a lack of knowledge. Yeshua ben Yusuf, the one that is commonly identified also as Jesus, seeing that this is has been an ongoing problem. The lack of knowledge seems to have been the catalyst for a great many of ills over the course of man's history, has it not? This is just basically something that seems to be echoed down through the times and annals of times immemorial.
Brother Seton, if you might be able to also speak, assist us in understanding, or those that are listening out there and watching, what aspect legally does has a bearing on such terms as Negro, Black, or colored, and maybe explain to us some terms that others may not have heard regarding that, such as civil litter mortuus, and what that means, and maybe touch upon also as well the terminology that we often hear about us being minorities. Islam?
Islam, can you hear me?
I can hear you well, brother.
All right. Legally, when you say that you're Black, you already disassociated yourself with the nations of the world. Saying that you're a Black man ties you to no land, which ties you to no nation, which says that you have no nationality. And in law, that term is called what you just mentioned, civil litter mortuus. And what civil litter mortuus means is dead in the view of the law. Now, most people would say, y'all using that quote unquote white man's book. But the quote unquote white man has never been a lawless man. The law came from us. We are all law. Now, the opposite of civil litter mortuus.
Now, which book are you referring to, Brother Senmata? Which book are you referring to?
Henry Campbell's Black's Law Dictionary.
Okay.
They'll say that you're quote unquote using that white man's book. But the quote unquote white man has never been a lawful man. He's always been a lawless individual. The opposite of civil litter mortuus is what's called in full life. And when I say that I'm in full life, I'm saying that I am a natural living being. There's a total difference between being a dead entity and a natural living being. I think everybody at their life seen a dead person. The dead person can't speak. The dead person can't move. The dead person can't react. This is why when people get themselves in a situation with the quote unquote law, and they end up having to go into a quote unquote courtroom, which we know are tribunals, they need an attorney to represent them, because them saying that they're Black, or even them saying that they're white, says to any lawful institution that they are, in fact, civil litter mortuus, that they are, in fact, dead in the view of the eyes of the law. That's why you need to have somebody to represent you. That you're in full life, in propria persona. You're letting them know that you're a natural living being. Now, that term, I read the definition of minority from the Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary. And what it says is the state or condition of a minor, infancy. Now, we go over to the previous page, and we read the definition of minor. It says an infant or person who is under the age of legal competence. It says one under 21, a term derived from the civil law which described a person under a certain age as less than many years, so many years. Also, less of consideration, lower, a person of inferior condition. So when you think about this definition legally and lawfully, you got to understand what you're saying, calling yourself a minor or a minority. When you say that you're a minor or a minority, you're saying that you can't care for yourself. There's another term that they use in law, and it's called parens patriae. And what that means is the government as your father. When your mother was duped into getting your birth certificate, she was basically telling the corporate state that she couldn't take care of you and she needed their assistance and needed them to step in. When you look at that definition in the Black's Law called parens patriae, you'll find out that it talks about the state of minority, the state of infancy, the fact that you can't take care of yourself, being handicapped. And it doesn't necessarily mean handicapped like you're in a wheelchair. It's saying handicapped because you are saying you can't take care of yourself, being the state of a minor. So when you're saying that you're a minority, that you're Black, that you're African American, that you're Negro, that you're colored, or whatever else you want to call yourself other than your proper nationality, you're actually disassociating yourself from the nations of the world, and you're actually looked at as a dead entity. Islam, I yield the floor.
Islam, and from what I understand, Noble Drew Ali identified that
it is our responsibility to, in fact, take our rightful position alongside those other nationalities on this planet, and to represent ourselves in that capacity, in our proper personam, proper whole life living self. And I hear, excuse me, these terms identified within the community, things such as straw men or straw man. And Brother Settenrock, can you maybe just briefly elaborate on what that is, what it means, and as well as when that term you used, white man, exactly what are we saying here? And perhaps give us some insight on that.
Islam, you mean on a straw man or the quote unquote white man?
Well, let's start with the, because you had mentioned white man before, if you could maybe elaborate on that just so that it'll stay fresh in their minds, and then in fact go on to the secondary question of straw man. Indeed.
So when I say the quote unquote white man, I'm talking about the Albion or the modern day European. We know this shirt that I have on would represent the
Islam, can you hear me?
Islam, I hear you.
Okay, go ahead, brother. It seemed like you were cut off there for a moment.
All right. When we talk about the quote unquote white man, we're actually talking about the Albion or the modern day European. When you look at this t-shirt that I have on, this t-shirt represents the color that we know as white. You've never seen an individual walking down the street the color of this t-shirt. So we know that they have nationalities. Let me point this out. I travel extensively, and I've been to Europe 4 times. I've been to Germany, I've been to France, I've been to Switzerland. I have never been called black at any moment that I was in Europe, and that was accumulation of a total of about, I want to say close to 3 months. No, about 2 months, total accumulation. And I've never been called black, and they never call themselves white. They are recognized by what they are, be that a Spaniard, be that a Frenchman, be that a German, be that of a Swissman or an Italian. They never refer to themselves as white.
So they're identifying themselves by their nationality. Can you hear me?
When they're dealing with you, they wait to hear your dialect. When they hear your tone, then they make the distinction, oh, you're an American or you're from the continent of Africa. I've never once been called black, ever, in my time in Europe, ever. Now, as far as the straw man, to touch upon a straw man is a fictitious entity that's created, almost a third person, a third party that's created to basically commit a fraud. So just to make it clear for people who don't understand some legal jargon, birth certificate. Your mother gave you a name. That name had 1 capital letter and the rest were lowercase letters. And she got this birth certificate without her knowing. They took that birth certificate and turned you into a corporation, creating a straw man, creating an all capital letter corporate fiction and saying it was you. Now, everything that has been charged to that corporate fiction should be charged to that corporate fiction, but it's not. It's actually charged to you. The uppercase, the 1 uppercase and the rest lowercase letters is coming to you. So people do things like they say, well, we got to capture the straw man. We got to do this. We got to do that. We have to authenticate our birth certificates and things of this nature. The only one thing that's important is that you proclaim and declare your nationality. Once you put the corporation on notice and make it public information, make it public record that you have proclaimed and declared, that's all you need to do. You can go into trying to authenticate the birth certificate. Excuse me, there's some background noise.
Yes, whoever might have some background noise, if you could mute that for us, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So picking back up where I was at. So I I lost my train of thought.
You was talking about the straw man, brother.
Straw man.
The corporation.
All right. So people want to do things like they want to authenticate the birth certificate and they want to say that they're taking control of the straw man. But if I can touch on this for a minute, I just want to clarify some things. Before anybody thinks about authenticating a birth certificate, I want you to look up the definition of authenticate.
Mm-hmm.
Go into Henry Campbell's Black Law. Go into Bouvier's Law Dictionary. Go into this 1828 Noah Webster's Dictionary. Go to whatever dictionary you like and define the word authenticate. Now, you have to keep in mind that when you proclaimed and declared your nationality, you filled out what's called a name declaration and declaration and proclamation and a judicial proclamation. In those two documents, you actually said, I'm giving back this all capital name, this straw entity. I'm giving back this European cognomen. And I am this natural living being, impropria persona, sur juris. This is the document that you filled out, that you signed, that you had sealed, and that you had signed by a grand sheik at a temple or whether it be someone in the Divine National Movement. And this is the paperwork that you turned in to the so-called corporation, to the so-called government, to put them on notice that this is now who you are and not who you are. Who you are is the natural living person. Who you are not is this straw man, all capital letter entity. Now, if the birth certificate is what created that straw man entity in the very first place, and without the proper information being given, without them giving full disclosure, saying, okay, this is what we're going to do with this birth certificate. We're going to take this and turn your child into a corporate entity using this straw man, and we're going to sell it on the stock market, and we're going to make some extra finance off of it. You had no clue about that. There was no full disclosure. So in contract law, that thing is null and void. So if you're taking and you're filling out a name declaration and judicial proclamation, and you're saying that this is not me, and then later on, you're going to turn around and take that very same instrument, that birth certificate, and then you're going to take it to whatever state department you're going to take it to and have it authenticated, you've now given it credence. And you have now gone back against what you said previously by saying, this is not me. I just filled out this document right here, this proclamation, and said that I'm giving back that European cognomen, this straw man, this corporate entity, this all capital letter name. And then you're going to take the very instrument and take it and get it authenticated. And then what you think you're going to do is go and file a UCC-1 statement and put a lien against the document to say that you are the holder in due course. Well, anybody who knows anything about contract law knows that in order for you to be the holder of due course of any said contract, you have to have the original contract. If you don't have the original birth certificate, which is tucked away somewhere in New York, then you can't possibly put a lien on a document and say that you're the holder in due course because it's not the original document. What you have is a copy, which is not sufficient. So
also when you say, brother, that just to chime in, that if you are identifying your, let's say, yourself as a holder of that straw, and you have already identified that as being fictitious, wouldn't you then also be identifying yourself as a party to the fraud?
Indeed. Indeed. And see, this is what I'm trying to get my brothers and sisters to understand. See, they're busy. I was just on a text with Cujo earlier, and we were talking about people chasing fiat. And this is the problem. Instead of chasing right living, instead of chasing right principles, instead of chasing right knowledge, we're chasing fiat. And we're listening.
Fiat. What is that?
Fiat is here you go. This is fiat. What people think is money. This Federal Reserve note. That's fiat.
That's not from the Treasury?
That's from where?
That's not from the Treasury?
No, sir. That's not from the Treasury. That's
I thought the Treasury was a place that printed money.
No. The Treasury used to print money. That's from the Federal Reserve.
So that's private paper then.
Indeed.
Let's see. That brings in things like the Clearfield Doctrine and things of that nature. When you have a private institution that is exchanging private papers, then it reverts itself to that of a mere citizen.
Indeed. So when people stop chasing fiat, when people chase right principles, when they chase right living, when they chase right thinking, the brother Tyrone's question will get answered as to why or when can we come together as a nation of people. Imagine this. Every November and December, votes for a commercial holiday called Christmas. Imagine if we took those same notes and we had schools. Imagine if we had those same notes and we built schools and we actually taught people about the straw man and about nationality so they can clearly understand and not chase pipe dreams. That whole straw man chase is just pipe dreams. Declaring and proclaiming your nationality is all you need to do. Islam, I yield the floor.
Islam, some of that information also, to interject, that you were speaking of, almost seems ritualistic in nature. Me having being a military veteran, which was a seagoing service, I was at one point in time in my life associated with and part of the U.S. Coast Guard, which is a life-saving organization at the time that I was in. And it was, in fact, smaller. When I was in, it was smaller than the New York Police Department, so that somewhat dates me. But nevertheless, we, as a seagoing service, when we would bring, or there would be a ship that would come in and dock itself, then there would be someone who would come in and take a manifest, a report of those cargoes and things of that nature that were on that vessel. And it appears from some of the terminology that you were using, such as doctor, that it's identifying that in a similar manner. And it seems as if the documents being created are similar in nature somewhat to manifest. I was also thinking as you were speaking, when you were talking about terms and the way that they're used, my mind went across the term relative to what we know as the Emancipation Proclamation, and that was in fact a transfer document, a transference of property from the individual so-called slave owner. And the reason I say so-called is because one can be a slave and one can be enslaved. One who is a slave is the one who is enslaved in their mind. The person who is a slave is enslaved in their mind. The person who is enslaved is conscious of his bondage. And opposed to the Emancipation Proclamation, which is a transfer of property from the individual slaveholder to the government at the time, it seemed like there would have been, let's say, a document that was signed. It would be called, instead of Emancipation Proclamation, it would be a Liberation Proclamation, because liberation means freedom, whereas emancipation means transfer. It seems like we were duped again on that one. Anyone wish to speak on that?
Hey, Brother Jonathan, do I have permission to speak? This is Brother Divine Robinson L.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to piggyback on what Brother Seton Rabe spoke on when he, talked about his travels outside of the corporation known as the United States. Just, a couple weekends ago, I was traveling to so-called Pittsburgh for the convention that Brother Amaziah Ramonis Bey had set up for us. And we traveled by way of a land. We went to Avis car rental agency and to get a rental car. And there was a brother in there. He was from Pakistan. And I wanted to ask him a question. Now, of course, I had my national headdress on, so I did have my fez on. I apologize for not having the traditional fez on now, but I do have on a version of a fez for those that what fez is derived from, but that's another story. But anyway, I asked the brother, I said, I'm just curious. I said, you being from Pakistan, how do you guys identify you know, what did you guys use? And you do what he told me, and he just said it as plain as day. He said nationality. He was like, I mean, if you look at all of us, we're brown. He was like, we don't do that black and white stuff over there. You guys don't do that here in the West. And it was like so simple, where it was like, it wasn't anything that it was a long drawn out conversation. It was like, no, I mean, if you look at all of us, we're brown. You know, and then I was in a cab the other day, and I asked another guy who happened to be from Pakistan, and he said the same exact thing. Like, oh, we identify people by their national origin, what country they derive from, not by colors. He was like, granted, we do have our problems, but that black and white stuff, that only happens when we come here to quote unquote America. So I just wanted to put that on the record, just to piggyback on what Brother Seddon Rabe was talking about when he said, you know, in his travels amongst Europe, he's never been identified as being a quote unquote a black man. So
Right.
I just thought that being that talking to a brother from Pakistan, that was, you know, his response to that matter as well. So I yield the floor.
And I think it'd be also important to mention that, you know, in harmony with that, that when you're mentioning that, it's not necessarily that per se that racism is what we're talking about. And certainly racism is an issue in America. But what we're talking about as being the greater crime is the lack of knowledge and not knowing whom you are, because that's where your difficulties begin, not with how someone else is treating you, but perhaps with how you are treating yourself, and not recognizing yourself as being just as warranted and deserving of a nationality as everyone else around you, opposed to calling yourself a color, or actually a lack of color, because black is the absorption of color, and white would be, in fact, if you take a prism and you shine a white light through it, it'll break down all of the colors of the spectrum. Whereas just like a black hole, the closer that you get to the color black, the more absorption of energy you're receiving. And that is what occurs with respect to our melanin, which in fact is a biocomputer. And there are a lot of very important aspects of melanin, but we can definitely go into that another time. But I wanted to make mention and shine a light on the fact that we're not talking about in that racism as being the issue or the problem. That's symptomatic of one not knowing whom they are, because then they fall into that blame game situation of it always being a situation of racism, opposed to what I had stated earlier, that Yahshua ben Yosef, the individual that we hold in high esteem, they call Jesus, stated that his people suffer from a lack of knowledge. And the same thing was occurring during the particular occupation that his people were under at the time as well. And perhaps if I could get, again, Sister Sheila Lee Bay, if you could bring some energy to that for us. Now, we know that we have a new moon coming up on us right now. And we were talking earlier about the culture. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is that when we're talking about the lack of knowledge and that our people suffer from that, you earlier were providing us with information regarding the importance of culture. And culture is also an aspect of what they talk about when they speak of a term called hereditament. And before we leave this evening, I'd like to also ask if everyone might be able to, at one point or another,
assist us in understanding the difference between nationality or nationalizing, as they might say, that administrative process, and that difficulty in people aligning with a clear understanding of naturalizing, which is very different from nationalizing. So first, if we could, Sister, could you give us some importance relative to culturally, relative to that matter of the new moon coming up, and perhaps elaborate for us just a bit further why this lack of knowledge is such great peril to us in these turbulent times? Islam? Can you hear me, sister?
Islam, yes, my apology. I didn't take it off mute. I'll take it off. Put my camera back on as well. So I would say that as far as, I'm just looking at the aspects right now. As far as with the new moon, that's starting tomorrow at 2:54 a.m. and it will start off in the sign of Virgo, like at the very end of it, but it'll officially be Libra throughout the day. And that's the energy that relates to more science, in that on the flag is Venus, and Venus is a planet that is the planet that rules Libra. So tomorrow being Friday, which etymologically the days of the week in English are can be traced back to a Germanic tongue, because English is a Germanic tongue. So like Tuesday represents is the day of the Germanic god that is equivalent to Mars for the Roman god. And so Friday is Frigga, that is a Germanic god, and the equivalent is Venus in the Roman culture, which is more evident in Roman or Latin-based languages such as French and Spanish. So Spanish, you hear viernes, and that is more in alignment with Venus. Nonetheless, that is also significant because, again, tomorrow being Friday, in Libra, Sun being in Libra, it brings a lot of energy towards the movement, in the sense that love is the foundation, because Venus is the planet of love. So I think that lately I've been seeing a lot of people who are joining the movement, and they are really running with information into in law, even what they would consider metaphysics, astrology, so many different aspects that all relate back to culture. But if we know the foundation is love, then part of that is loving yourself enough, go out and seek what will be best for you and your community, and loving your community enough to seek out solutions. And that's where you can then be truthful and receive truth, and not come from a place of ego. So sometimes people refute this knowledge because it requires them to kind of like go back to the beginning, or maybe that's how they see it or feel, that all the information they've learned being Black and Black history and Black pride and all of that is kind of like being knocked down. And if they've built their whole life off of that, then it can be very frustrating for some people. But I like how in the beginning it was stated that the opposite of love is terror or fear. And part of what people do when they are in fear is they result to being influenced by their ego. So the opposite of Venus will be Mars as far as what the energies represent, because Venus is balance and love and honor. It represents Maya and Venus are have equivalent energies. They represent the same thing. Just Maya being the Kemetic representation of what Venus is in Roman, in the Roman religion. And so Mars is the opposite in that it is war, it is defense, and it is ego. The Libra is more, they're more diplomatic. And so if we don't take advantage of this energy and really kind of learn that we need to focus on ourselves and loving one another, then we'll be stuck more on the ego and selfishness, angry side and the pride side. And I think a lot of people who are trying to knock down what we have been teaching, that's where they're coming from, because they don't honestly want to see us come into our rightful culture. So I would really take tomorrow to, I guess, kind of manifest and plant that seed with anybody who you come in contact with when you talk about the culture, when you talk about the movement, rather. Emphasize the principles as well, because I think some Moors have gotten away from that. And I think that it is definitely, even if their information is correct, I think that it doesn't come across genuine because, again, love is not there. So that's one thing I would have to say. I just want to actually kind of go back to something you said earlier.
Yes.
About like education in schools, because I know that Noble Drew Ali said that we needed to have our own press. We needed to change the literature that was out here or out there, and each temple was supposed to have a school. So I don't really know about any Moorish schools that are associated with temples. I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist. I just don't particularly know about them.
Right.
And, that alone puts them in violation. And that's something I really would like to see Moors kind of come together on, because if we say that we love the children, like, these are the things that we need to work on. And school, every day I think about how they are being groomed for staying in an inferior status. I mean, everything is very evident, from what they're fed to the curriculum to, how they are socialized. All those things we're just kind of breeding the same thing over and over until we take them out of these schools and we're able to really educate them on truth. So, and that would include astrology.
And as an educator yourself, because you as a teacher and an educator, I wanted to interject so that I could clear up something for the education of the people that I said earlier also, and that is that by no means was I suggesting that the Middle Passage did not occur in any way. We recognize that it did. We recognize that there were millions upon millions who lost their lives during that atrocity, as well as the millions upon millions that lost their lives through disease once the Europeans arrived. So we're not suggesting that in my explanation of us being Aboriginal and Indigenous, as that there were as many of us here as there were, in fact, in the landmass we now call Africa. But of course, through a number of reasons, our numbers have dwindled. So we're not taking away from those that, in fact, may have found their way here by that means. However, the fact is that would be a far, far lesser number than those that were basically misplaced, placed into bondage, let's say in New York, and then taken down to an area in North Carolina, South Carolina, to the slave blocks there, to an area or region that they were unfamiliar with the tribal language as well as the terrain. And we're all familiar with the Underground Railroad and the rest of that, and how we utilize the astrological maps in order to find our way out of those southern regions. Also wanted to, with you mentioning about the schools, which was so very important, and that they are supposed to be existing in the temples. We have an understanding that there's an extreme scholar, probably an individual that probably understands the U.S. Constitution Republic better than perhaps anyone on this planet. He was a educator, a professor, as well as the editor of the prestigious Law Journal. And that individual very stealthily, if I might say almost as a committee of one, maneuvered himself in a position to become head of the corporation, and who we identify as President Obama, who signed the UN Rights of Indigenous People, which also clarified for us the importance and the right that we do not need to amalgamate, nor should we any longer feel as if we do not have a right to further our culture and also be supported by those who have ratified that agreement, which is the United States government. So this, of course, is an entity which is a democracy, not the republic, for, as they say, for which it stands, one nation under God. It is a completely different regime, which in fact came into being underneath a following of a bankruptcy which occurred. But the reason for me mentioning that and coming in there was that it was so important how you were speaking about a need for teaching our youth from kindergarten up about their culture, and to not miss the opportunity to suggest that individuals go out and look at the United Nations Rights of Indigenous People, that ratified charter, which they can also find by way of the State Department, and recognize that within it, it speaks about the importance of us being allowed, in fact, to reanimate our understanding of our culture. And that can be by way of online education, but of course, most certainly, what you're speaking of, the actual physical brick and mortar schools, which are so important also. I yield the floor on that, sister, so if you could continue.
Islam?
Islam.
Yes, I agree. Let me turn my camera back on. Yes, I agree, particularly regarding the online schools. I think you can gather more throughout the nation who are experts in their various fields, and they can facilitate learning for a great number of people. So I think it's definitely an avenue that not only is beneficial to what we want to do, but is also kind of becoming a trend amongst educators. And there's a lot of companies that are doing that, going that direction. I think another aspect of, the vision that I have for educating young people is that, we wouldn't we would have we would have schools in different places, but we would have a curriculum that is replicated throughout all those different places. So part of that might be, you're learning to grow food, and you're learning about plants, and you're learning, it's also science class, right? So it's science, but it's practical. And it's something that while they could learn the science aspect online, they need their hands in the soil. And so and they need to experience actually growing something. So that's one of the, motivations to having a brick and mortar as well. And then a lot of that has to do with two things, having set curriculum and people just sitting down and writing that out so we can be organized and systematic. And the second aspect will be being able to have the finance to get the brick and mortar, or to build the websites, or to have the different technologies necessary to facilitate the learning. And so, there
are in fact mechanisms as we speak right now coming into fruition with respect to that occurring, just to identify, but it's not something that has been brought into the public mainstream, but I assure you it is factually, in fact, in play. So continue, sister.
Well, one thing that I know I can personally work on is curriculum. And I know that at the root of all instruction, regardless of what knowledge you're providing to young people, the commonality is etymology. And so I work at a school now that they somewhat comprehend that concept. It's a school
What is etymology?
Oh, sorry. Etymology is the study of the true meaning of words, and that the two parts of the word are etym, from the Greek etymon, which means true or truest sense, and ology is the study of, and in particular, it refers to words regarding something. So like biology is words regarding life, and it's the study of living organisms.
So you're talking about going back, etymology would then be the primal, true base meaning of the term.
Absolutely. And so you're studying the base or the root meaning of, and the primal meaning of a word, but you're also studying how it's changed over time. The primal meaning will be the denotation, and the way that it's changed over time will be the connotation. And words don't change just by happenstance. Most often than not, there's some kind of political motivation. Words may change based off of status, elevated or lowered status of a particular job or role in society. And so words are really telling of the culture and how culture has been hidden. And studying etymology elucidates that. So again, if we're talking about providing truth, and etymology, part of that word means the truest meaning of words, it just has to be a part of everybody's instruction. So, that's something I'm working on. I have a book I'm working on, and I would like that to, again, be the spark to us being able to educate our children in a unified manner. Islam.
Excellent. Islam. And Sister Sharice, if you might also, since we're coming closer to a point where we'll be wrapping it up soon, I'd like to not lose opportunity to enter into that which I mentioned briefly a moment ago, the difference between naturalizing or naturalization, or that process of in which one would go through, and that term which we identify as nationalizing, or one being national or nationalized, and that process.
could you, for us, give a Reader's Digest encapsulated version, brief synopsis of what, in fact, that means to you? What is naturalized versus naturalized? Islam? Sister Cerise, are you there? Okay, I'm not picking her up. Would anybody else like to perhaps tackle that one for our audience?
Islam, if nobody will, I will.
Islam.
All right. Let's Islam. Let's talk about what naturalization is. Again, I'll go to Henry Campbell's Black's Law, and I'll read the definition. Naturalize: to confer citizenship upon an alien. So already you understand from the first sentence that you're talking about someone outside of the nation, someone coming into the nation, not someone coming from outer space, just someone coming from another nation being called an alien. So to confer citizenship upon an alien, to make a foreigner the same. And what they mean by the same is the same as the native people of whatever said land that these foreigners are coming into, in respect to rights and privileges, as if he were a native citizen or subject. So when you talk about naturalization, you're talking about someone coming from a foreign land to a specific land or another land and asking for the same rights and privileges that are afforded to the native people.
What's the difference between a right and a privilege?
A right and a privilege? A right is something you have from birth. A privilege is something that's given to you. A privilege can be given to you and it can be taken back.
All right.
Right. So when you're talking about someone being naturalized, you have to come from a foreign place to a specific place to be naturalized. So you have a few temples here and they're saying, all right, you have to be naturalized in order to get nationalized. Now let's keep in mind, when that naturalization process takes place, you have to declare allegiance to the place to where you're coming, and you have to give up your nationality. You have to let that go. So if you're coming from France, and coming to be a corporate U.S. citizen, you have to give up that French nationality to be naturalized and to become a U.S. citizen. Now, if we're born Moors, if we are descendants of the ancient Moabites, if that is who we are, in fact, that is who we are, and we know that's who we are, why would we give up our Moorish nationality to be naturalized into whatever society to become nationalized all over again?
Right. So you're saying that being indigenous and aboriginal, we are American. And by that fact alone, there would be no need for us to be, as you stated, bestowed with the right nor authorized by another entity that we would consider as a governance to allow for us to be that which we already are. Is that what you're saying, brother?
Plain and simple. It's cut and dry.
Islam?
Islam.
My apologies, family. Technical issues on my end.
Not a problem.
The last thing that I did hear was Brother Senton Ra going into the definition of naturalization. Is that correct?
And that's correct. And we were trying to reach you during the time of your technical difficulties to ask if you might be able to elaborate on the difference as you see it between naturalize and naturalize. Nationalize, and naturalize.
Hold on. I see that when I put my camera on, it's out. So
it's okay. You can hear you fine.
Okay, good. With can't even get the word out. Nationalization is what the prophet was instructing us to do. And what that encompasses is one, showing their allegiance to their nation. Your nation, as we've repeatedly gone through this discussion, is through your mother. That's your nativity, your bloodline. It's not something that can change or pass away. You are who you are, and what dictates that is who your mother is. We are of the ancient Moabites. We are contemporarily known as Moors, although the whole wording of that is Al-Moroccan. You know, so that's that's nationalization. Naturalization is a process where, just for example, just to make it plain, right? Say if I wanted to go to Russia and become a Russian citizen, I would then have to naturalize or adopt or be coded with the rights and privileges of a Russian in order to be called Russian. You know, like I would have to take a test to let it be known that I know their customs, I know their ways, I show my allegiance to them. You're giving up your the nationality you were born with to exchange for another.
So you're being afforded the privilege of being treated as one who would be natural to that
land, right?
I see. Now, it's interesting that Brother Setnra Bey had made mention of U.S. citizens. Now, and also the term which you brought up a moment ago regarding allegiance, because as we know, Moors understand that the United States Supreme Court, in a landmark decision, had stated that the government or their governments had no more obligation to protect the individual. Now, citizenship, as I understand it, is a contract. It is an agreement between two parties, one being the government and the other being the individual. And that agreement is, one is exchanging their allegiance to that government in exchange for that government's protection.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't that mean then that they would be nullifying what we would call citizenship by breaking their end of the contract, stating in fact that they are no longer obligated to hold their end of the bargain up, that exchange for protection by the individual in exchange for the allegiance? So would there in fact even be a U.S. citizen, and what does that really mean? Anyone wish to?
Well, it is.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, the reasoning why they said that is because the U.S. citizen, the U.S. itself is a corporation, so it's not government. So there isn't any protection that can be afforded to the ones who want to show allegiance to them. It's not their job. That's not their aim.
So what are you saying? Like trafficking? That is also.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Right. All right. So you're saying that in fact is a term which people use lightly, or in fact may not know the actual definition of it, and that it is a contract, and that there is an agreement that is exchanged there, a promise between two entities, which they say they have no obligation to uphold.
Indeed. But because of, as you stated, the lack of ignorance that our people suffer through, they'll sign that contract, and ignorance of the law is no excuse. So their obligation to be allegiant to the corporation is like, if they don't refute what they said or try to correct the error in signing up for something like that, then it is then
well,
said to be standing.
that sounds like that would be subjects opposed to citizenship.
Indeed.
That they're subjected to the will and direction of that entity, and that the contractual aspect of citizenry really doesn't seem to be coming into play there if they are in fact just relegated to the position as subjects, to be commanded at will.
Indeed. But they must, it really comes down to one understanding their status and jurisdiction as well. Once you master those two, then you're able to know who is who, what is what. You know, in regards to dealing with this de facto corporation, this de facto government, operating as though they're authority on our land, our people really need to understand themselves so that they're able to then check them, because the fact of the matter is the seats that they're operating, those are our seats. We're supposed to be the one, we as Moors, I'm speaking, nationals, the American nationals. What the government is doing, we're supposed to be the ones doing that for our people. But because we're in a state of ignorance, overall, you know, for the most part, because there are, I won't say, you know, I don't want to be general, because there are enlightened ones out there.
Right.
But overall, you know, for the most part, there's this ignorance that is allowing an acquiescence to occur for the modern European to be where he is now, directing our people the way that they are as sheeple, you know.
Yeah. Well, I would guess also that given reality and the situation of what the conditions are in this country right now, that even as we were to arise into an able position to actually be active in that process of uplifting fallen humanity, that whomever would be in the position of, let's just call it the position of power, because we know that power does not give itself up freely. And we are not revolutionaries, we are evolutionaries. And in that context, we also understand the importance of diplomacy and establishing favorable relationships with those that are, in fact, conducting the affairs of humanity on this planet. And that there will come a time when equity is going to come into play universally across the globe. And I would venture to believe that if, in fact, or when that occurs, that we'll also be in a position to be creating the type of better union, per se, with whomever it may be that is representing whatever other entities might exist. Because if we look at currently the Great Seal, from what I know of it, there are two sides. One which has an eagle that we often see at the State of the Union, alongside the symbol of the fascist bundle. But we also see, which is relative to the democracy, and we understand we've clarified that, but we also know that the other side of that seal is, in fact, our Moorish side, And we also understand by looking at the seal that originally, as one would read it, that would be considered the dominant portion, whereas, and I'll call it the heads of the coin, whereas the eagle side would be considered the tails side, or the
reverse, the obverse and reverse.
Right, the subservient side. So with that, and under whatever conditions that it might be, there would still need to, of course, be established reasonable dialogues, as well as temperance, amity, cooperation that would be afforded the respect of all individuals involved with that particular transition in whatever manner and means by which it might come. Before I closed up on this session, I wanted to thank everyone for their participation, but before we stopped, I wanted to take opportunity to ask of all of our panelists and anyone who might be on board to please let us know if there's an important issue that we may not have touched upon, or something that you would recognize as it being important, that we take this opportunity to recognize before we go off the air.
Islam. Go ahead, brother Devon. I see you finna jump in. Go ahead, brother. I can wait, brother. It's all good.
Islam.
Oh no, y'all can go ahead. I just had to turn my camera on, but no, you can go ahead. You got the floor. The floor is yours.
Islam. So, were there any other subjects or topics that anyone would like to share or bring table at this point in time before we get to wrap things up for this evening?
Islam. Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
Oh, I appreciate you. I just wanted to touch on something that Sister Sela was speaking about as far as education, and what I've observed is I suppose the essential education that is missing is astrology, astrologics, really, agriculture, and civics. And I think that is the foundation that we all really do need to build upon as far as a curriculum, as you were stating, Sister Sela. I know that when it comes to agriculture and what our ancestors laid down as a blueprint, for us to be able to understand the stars as above, so below, that concept is very real and still true and prominent today. And our people do need to have a very clear understanding of why that is. It's not spookism. It's not, you can call it a cult, but all a cult means is a hidden culture, because cult is shorthand for culture, So when it comes to really understanding your hidden culture, what it will do is restabilize the foundation that we thought we didn't have, because truly we can't lose our birthright. We just have to come into realization.
Excuse me, Mama
all
Sister.
It is.
It's if the individual speaking in the background could mute their devices while the sister speaking, certainly be appreciated. Go ahead, sister.
You could hear me?
Yes, I could hear you well, but somewhere near the end, I was hearing someone speaking in the background.
Okay, well, I was just stating, just to reiterate what a cult is. A cult is just a hidden culture. So when you start getting into studies, and one of the things that make me laugh, when I show certain things to people, is the Baphomet. They'll get scared, not understanding.
What is Baphomet?
The Baphomet. The Baphomet is a pictograph that basically explains or shows the dual nature of us, essentially, because we ourselves represent the Baphomet.
Is that looks like a goat head?
Capricorn. Yes,
Okay.
you know, and he has one hand holding up one hand for the night, one hand for the day. It shows the dual nature, the duality of the realm that we operate and live in.
So that's it.
That is something to master.
That's that spookism you're
That's
talking
our
about.
objective.
Okay.
It's not spookism.
Right.
It's not spookism. That is our culture, you know, and it's not, and truly the whole objective of it is intended to scare those who don't know how, who's undeserving of it, because this culture is sacred, you know. And that's another thing as well, you know, when it comes to the information, a lot of people want to abuse the information or turn it into a fad kind of thing. And that's not, you know, that's not the case. This is all the reason why the ancient priesthood, when they were once credible, they selected their initiate. So it wasn't like an open casting call kind of thing. They saw you in the community, they saw the work that you did, and they will call out to you to come in so that they can show you different degrees and build you up, you know, because they understood how, you know, people can take power and abuse it. Our ancestors understood this.
So you're actually going all the way back to the time before the Ptolemaic era, before Ptolemy and the rise of the Christian.
Far before Ptolemy.
Okay, all right.
Far before Ptolemy, yes, and that's a whole other story.
An aspects, if I can interject, also relative to, as you were talking about, those things which are hidden, but also those things which are that are open to clarify. And I'm just going to use as an example the 666. People identified as a mark of the beast or the number of man, but we know that it's relative to 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and that they're talking about a carbon atom. And when you put that underneath an electron microscope, that you will see the Star of David.
And that's the devil.
Excuse me?
Islam. This is Brother Amexem. And that's the devil in the Bible.
Right. And it's considered as being something to run from.
That's the real spookism right there.
Yeah, Islam.
That dogma.
Islam. If I could add something on that, Islam to the moderator. A great panel, great discussion. I hope everybody can listen to it. I've been kind of listening back, listening and taking in a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and looking at what we do with you know,
okay, you're not coming in as clear as you were before, brother. I don't know what happened.
I apologize. I might have to click off for a second and come back.
You're fine now. When you got closer, we can understand you.
Okay. I apologize about that. What I want to do is I just want to share base, you know, touch base and share my testimony on how I came into the scroll right here. I'm going to kind of got some pictures, got a couple pictures. We want to keep this on the record again, and I got another book I want to put on the record again. I'm down south. We will call it Little Rock, Arkansas Territory Corporation, etc. Down here is the biggest, how do I say, spell that's cast upon our people right down here with the principle of religion, Indo-Christianity. And this is one book that I found several months ago, and just to do a little, I'm going to put this on the record. You can see it underlined. The Moorish government has always been established here. And we're going to re-raise this government again. So we're just going to put this on the record, and this is out of a Horizons of Christianity book for the record. And for my testimony, I want to let y'all know how I got into the movement. Back around 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5, I was cross country, and I was a driver trainer. I owned my own 18-wheeler, and I was a driver trainer for a company out of Salt Lake City, Utah. I won't give any names of any companies like that. I'm not going to help them advertise nothing. But I was a driver trainer, and I was running from California to Dallas Fort Worth, probably like 2-3 times a week. And I came home one weekend, and I ran across my uncle, and my uncle had a DVD, and the DVD had Brother Abdullah, Brother Sabir, Brother Taj. I think we're all familiar with the, if I'm not mistaken, the driver's license fraud. And I went to watching that. I watched it with my uncle. I immediately, from after watching that DVD, probably as I was watching it, began to awaken immediately just by a few words Taj had said. So to make a long story short, I after gaining that DVD from my uncle, my whole life changed. Everything changed. My energy changed. I'm already a naturally, how do I say, hypertension. I'm about 6'4.5", 6'5", you know, and I played ball all my life, basketball, baseball, soccer. And I've always had a super high energy level. When I got a hold of this information, my energy was just off the chart. So now I'm searching, seeking new Moorish brothers who I could find, who I could learn from, other than Taj and, you know, the ones that were on the DVD. Now, fast forward to 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 9, I done went about 4 years. Now, I haven't been exposed to RV Bay. I'm running into dirty Moors this whole time, and it was like, how do I say, they were kind of not really captivating me, but they knew more information on the subject, and, you know, I couldn't really speak upon it. Now, the more got me distracted on the UCC, that's what, you know, kind of got me going extra into what he was saying. Was he was on the UCC and he was making sense, not knowing that UCC had nothing to do with nationality.
So you're talking about Uniform Commercial Code, correct?
Yes, yes, brother, I am. Yes, I am. So now I'm, you know, in the UCC. I've watched the tape from Taj, but I'm not really, how do I say, it's soaked in, but I'm not manifesting anything off of what I know. And at that time, so make a long story short, ended up in a vehicle. One of my trucks got pulled over. Make a long story short, about 7 of them drew guns down on me. I didn't know anything about anything on how to really present myself to the police. Didn't know anything, just was rogue. I was just a knucklehead, and you couldn't tell me nothing. So I ended up going to jail, right? So I fought the jurisdiction for about 6 or 7 appearances on the north side of the river. We got 2 sides. It's the North Little Rock and there's a Little Rock side. However, the North Little Rock side is also the same county of the Little Rock side. It's just the water splitting them. So the incident took place in North Little Rock. Boom, fought the jurisdiction. They bounded over to the Little Rock side. Well, to make a long story short, I go in front of a so-called black judge, brother from down here, who's big time pastor in this area. So me being ignorant, not knowing nothing, arrogant, but thought I knew everything, I get to popping off the wrong everything. So I accept, you know, the hitting over the head that I went through that first time, you know, spitting some information that I actually didn't have any studying or anything going on. So while I'm in jail, the judge ended up taking the bond. So he's like, this man, I was saying good enough stuff to allow them to not force a public defender on me, but at the same time, they didn't trust that I would come back to court.
Right.
So they ended up saying, hold him, no bond, no nothing. And I'm like, goodness gracious, y'all treat me like I'm the kingpin or something.
So zealotly, you ran headfirst into the sand because you had just enough information to get yourself in trouble.
Exactly. So now I'm in the county. So 1 month turned to 2, 2 turned to 3, 3 turned to 4, 4 turned to about 12, and 12 turned to 13. So at about probably 6 or 7 months while I'm in the county, you know, everybody all the criminals find Jesus in jail. All of them. Everybody find God. Everybody done turned their life around. Everybody. But me, I'm steady banging that I'm a Moor. So I'm steady arguing with the black Christians. We arguing up and down. I'm trying to tell them, look, man, y'all need to learn about blah, blah, blah. Y'all need to study about this. You need to study about this. So we locked down. It was probably like 23 hours every day. We was only out probably 1 hour to 45 minutes to an hour every day for about a year. I ended up coming out of my cell one day. We had been locked up 3 days straight. They popped the doors, opened the cell, and there's this book sitting on the table. Just like this. But it was just laying there on the table. So what I did, I immediately started reading it. So I'm going all through the Bible. Started on the first page, went through it, even the torn pages, just, fold them down flat and read them. Went through it, got towards the back, and all of a sudden you can see right here on my profile picture, you see Christian, Armenian, Jews, Mohammedans, and Moors. So when I come across this in the back of the Bible, I lose it. I lose control. I'm ecstatic. I barely can think. Only thing I can think about was Noble Drew Ali said, if you don't do anything else, proclaim your nationality. And I done seen more in the Bible, and I'm arguing with this judge that I'm a Moor and I'm in my own homeland, but this black judge is telling me, you're not such and such, such and such, you're not such and such, such and such, and he sends me to jail, holds me, only for me to wake up, open the cell door, and find a Bible that says I'm a Moor. I said, if this isn't divine, if this wasn't meant, from that time on, the months after I found the Bible, my time in jail was nothing. It didn't mean, actually, I was mentally gone. My spirit wasn't even, I was good. So make a long story short, fast forward to today, I've had this Bible for, several years. And if it wasn't for the fact of the preacher telling me that I wasn't and holding me in the jail, I probably wouldn't even come across this Bible. So it's there's some good things that can come out of some of the worst things ever. And if I had it all over to do again, I would do it the exact same way. If I had to go to jail to find this Bible, it's nothing. It's nothing at all, because this Bible just solidified everything Cujo, Taj, Sabir, everything they have been saying, Toriano, Washango L, Anani, the sisters, Rasmarat, everything these sisters been saying, and almost I just seen it in the Bible. And I'm one of the ones, or I used to be one of the ones that used to go so hard on Christians on not believing any of the falsehood in it. So now I done found a Bible that says I'm a Moor. Now, question in my head is, everything in it a lie? Because this ain't a lie. So, but that's another discussion. But my thing is now, growing up down in the South, I grew up in the church. Pretty much all of us did. Our grandmothers carried us back and forth to church. I remember, everything. Baptist, we did the Catholic thing for a while. Baptist, Southern Baptist, Second Baptist, AM&E, we everything. But never was told and never seen a Bible that said we were Moors.
Well, they speak of, and you hear people very often throw around the term that this nation was founded on Christianity, where in fact the so-called what was identified as the founding fathers are what they call as deists, and as members of their organization, which I'm not talking about the Christian Church. I'm talking about the order of their Masonic brotherhood, which, by the way, the Civil War was in fact a war between two warring lodge factions, and in fact had nothing to do with to any real extent, other than perhaps the economic aspect of the profitability of us whom were enslaved, were enriching the South. But yes, just to state for those that are listening in there, it's always important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are all types of books of wisdom, and as we study more and come into understanding that these scriptures that we find were in fact scriptures that are much older than even, of course, the book from which King James, his version, arrived, which was, of course, from his mother's bishop's Bible. And that we know that in those revisions and versions that certain things were taken out as well as manipulated. And we also recognize that that's why they call it a version. You can see in the Bibliothelia Bible that they hold in high esteem a man they call Enoch, but yet they take the book of Enoch out of the Bible. So there are a lot of strange things as to what became canon and what became apocrypha. So, but it sounds to me as if, be he on the bench or be he on the pulpit, he was still trying to pull you in the pit. But even by doing so, you were able to see the light.
Islam, I wanted to share something. I want to share something with y'all. You know, since I go through the Bible and I'm down south again to continue on with my story, one it's kind of funny, and I know it may seem kind of may seem kind of bad, but if you go to Job chapter 30, verse 31 or verse 30, and this is kind of what I bang on, you know, when I get a chance to, if I have dialogue with the pastors that don't like to speak on nationality, and when I ask them, are you, you know, you a child of God, or you a child of, you know, or the devil? Now I'm just playing now, but they take, you know, the Christians take offense very, very fast, and then I take them to Job and I say, you know, the devil said he was the brother of, and they lose it when I take them to this verse. So I try to get a little humor out of it every now and then, you know, because it's it can be kind of, you know, your energy draining, always thumping and fighting and arguing with people that, you know, that are actually asleep and don't even realize they're asleep. So now that I found the Bible, I've got my nationality card. I appreciate Cujo for the classes. Seth and Rob, brother, you 100. Devon, I appreciate your sister. Y'all are awesome. Y'all mean so much to me. You don't understand that I can go to work every day and come home and catch one of you guys' videos, and the little energy I do have, it can, you know, uplift me and bring me back to my spirits and get my studying right. But I don't want to take up too much more time. You know, I want to go ahead and say thank you again to the moderator, Brother Jonathan, and you know, all you brothers and sisters on here. Cujo, appreciate you too, bro. Stay in touch with me, and y'all stay in touch. You know, if I don't have y'all's number, you know, you can, you know, pass it to, and I share it with you anytime. Y'all stay in touch with me. Islam.
Absolutely, Islam. We appreciate your sharing, brother. By all means, it was an impactful story that you gave, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that could personally relate to what you were saying relative to their own experiences. And I thought it was important also that you did bring shed light on the fact that often when we come into this new information, that we have a tendency to be very zealot regarding it, and can in fact run head on, face first, directly into the blades of the fan. Just knowing enough to not know enough to navigate our way out of the difficulties that we place ourselves in. And that's why I always suggest that people give themselves an incubation period to allow for a lot of this material to sink in, so that it can then, as you're saying, begin to manifest in themselves, opposed to simply parroting the material which they hear from others. And it's through that religioning oneself with the information of their ancient forefathers that they then become of a like mind, and they are allowed to receive those gifts of intuition as well as genetic memory, which comes naturally by an aspect of one learning what it is. Matter of fact, as you become further and deeper into the knowledge, as you are learning it, one will find that it no longer feels as if you're learning. It begins to feel as if you are remembering. And that's exactly what an aspect of that is. It's a recalibration of yourself to the actual frequency in which you were meant to be. And that is what then assists in the shattering of and the decalcification of your pineal gland, allowing for that window to the soul of man to provide you with those energies and the information I just spoke of.
This is not to be construed to be as legal advice of any kind. I put this presentation together so I could show the people of this great country a true and accurate view of history about what happened to our country. The facts I'm going to show you are not Republic or Democratic in nature. They are documents from the Library of Congress, state archives, Supreme Court, Senate, and congressional records and reports. Anyone can go get a certified copy of any of these documents for your own research. What I'm going to show you is a small but important part of what has delivered this country into its current condition. I kindly ask you, do not believe what I'm going to show you. Please do your own research and the truth will be yours. One of the reasons we are in the shape we are in as a country is because we let others tell us what the facts are. The story I'm going to tell you is about a corporate takeover that history forgot to tell you about. J. Edgar Hoover said, "The individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous that people cannot believe that it even exists. I promise you this conspiracy exists." So some things we're going to talk about today is, why did we fight the Civil War? What was the purpose? Was it to free or create slaves? And how does it affect our personal and property rights today? Facts about the South succeeding from the Union. Slavery was not an issue, it was states' rights. Lincoln even told President Davis that slavery would be intact if they came back into the Union. Davis' response was, no, because slavery is not the struggle we fight in this war. 4 states that fought with the North were slave states throughout the war. President Buchanan did not wage war on the seceded states. All these states succeeded while he was in office. On February 28, 1861, North Carolina legislators voted on whether they wanted a convention to consider secession. The call for a convention was defeated by 651 votes. North Carolina would not even consider secession. On March 30, 1861, in an address to the people of Texas, put forth by representatives of Texas, given warning that under the pretense of freeing slaves, The actual intention of the incoming Lincoln administration was to enslave a whole nation, an ominous warning of what was to come. So why did North Carolina secede from the Union? On April 15, 1861, the Secretary of War notified Governor Ellis of North Carolina that the federal government expected North Carolina to furnish 2 regiments of troops to make war on seceded states. In Governor Ellis's refusal, he closed with these words: "I can be no party to this wicked violation of the laws of this country, into this war upon liberties of a free people. You can get no troops from North Carolina." And North Carolina seceded from the Union. This document is known as the Lieber Code, or General Orders 100, done April 24, 1863. It is the rules of engagement signed by the Secretary of War for the Civil War. We are still operating underneath these rules, underneath military rule. Here are a few of the articles that affect us today. Martial law in a hostile country consists in a suspension by the occupying military authority of the criminal and civil law and of the domestic administration and government in the occupied place or territory, and in the substitution of military rule and force for the same, as well as in the dictation of general laws as far as military necessity requires the suspension, substitution, or dictation. So what this Article 3 is saying is we're going to suspend all of your laws while you're underneath military rule. Article 7. Martial law extends to property and to persons, whether they are subjects of the enemy or aliens to that government or not. Basically, they're saying right there, it doesn't matter if you were against us in the war in the South or whatever the deal was, the martial law is going to extend to your property and to the person, whether they were enemies or not. And that's pretty simple. That's how this affects the North also. Article 26. Commanding generals may cause the magistrates and civil officers of the hostile country to take an oath of temporary allegiance or an oath of fidelity to their own victorious government or rulers, and they may expel everyone who declines to do so. Article 31. A victorious army appropriates or seizes all public money, seizes all public movable property until further direction by its government, and sequesters for its own benefit or that of its government all revenues of real property belonging to the hostile government or nation. Title to such real property remains in abeyance or suspended during military occupation, and until the conquest is made complete. And the last one we're going to talk about is Article 32. The commander of the army must leave it to the ultimate treaty of peace to settle the permanency of this change. There has never been a treaty of peace ending the Civil War, and we're still under these rules. You own no property. Article 31 still applies to you today. Article 26 that we're going to talk about shows where they forced several governors and legislators out of office 3 years after the war was over because they didn't want to go underneath military rule. They wanted to stay underneath constitutional rule where the states were the sovereign. This document is from the nps.gov website, National Park Service. And the question here is, where was the treaty signed? And they're talking about the Treaty of Peace to ending the Civil War. And their answer is, there was no treaty signed to end the Civil War. This document is titled Contracts Payable in Gold, known as Senate Report 43 or Senate Resolution 62. It was done in 1933, 60 years after the Lieber Code or General Orders 100 was written. The discussion on the floor here is we have 3 types of money: paper that represents gold, gold and silver, the actual physical substance, and we have fiat currency, which is worthless paper, which we use today. The comment here is that I have highlighted in yellow. It says the ultimate ownership of all property is in the state. Individual so-called ownership is only by virtue of government, i.e. law, amounting to mere user, and must be in accordance with the law and subordinate to the necessities of the state. If you look at your deed, it says you're a tenant. Look up the definition of what a tenant is. You're a renter. So basically what happened, or what this proves, one of the ways, is that you own no property. You pay mortgages on property that you own. You pay property taxes on property that you don't own. Your car you don't own. You own nothing. And when they say the ultimate ownership of all properties in the state, they mean that. That's how they can seize your property anytime they want to. It's really theirs and you're just using it. Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, ratified in 1791, says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Clearly, they took everybody's property in 1863, and this includes the North, the population of the North, and they did not notify anybody that this happened. They're very patient. So everything was settled after the war, right? What happened? In 1865, North Carolina was admitted back into the Union as the 12th state. December 4th, 1865, North Carolina even ratified a new 13th Amendment, proving the state was back into the Union. The old 13th Amendment, that was ratified in 1819, was removed from the history books in the Constitution, unlawfully, of course. It said, "If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office or trust, profit under them, or either of them." An example here is Esquire. Let's look at the original archive certified copy of the 13th Amendment. This came from the Texas State Library in 2009. And this is actually a certified copy of Virginia's Constitution along with the Constitution of the United States. And on this page right here you can see Article 13, which says exactly what I just read you. So, let's look at what an esquire is, which is an attorney. Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856. Esquire, a title applied by courtesy to officers of almost every description, to members of the bar, and to others. Okay? It is a title next above that of a gentleman and below a knight. Now, most of you don't really understand this because we just weren't taught it properly in school, but there are no titles in this country because everybody was a king. That's what a sovereign is. We were kings on the land. Only law could rule man, not man. That's why our Constitution, our founding fathers set up our Constitution, set up a republic. Let's go down here to 4. Esquires, by virtue of their office as justices of the peace and others who bear an office of trust under the crown. Now, you guys, I'm just going to go into this a little bit. You're going to need to do your own research and see why are we still under the crown. I'll show you some evidence of that, but really, this alone could take a week. But just understand, an attorney, whether they know it or not, having the title Esquire, is an agent for the crown. But North Carolina, along with other states, refused to ratify the 14th Amendment. Why? That's the one that says we're all U.S. citizens. What's wrong with that? March 2nd, 1867. Faced with ratification failure, Congress passed over President Johnson's vetoes 3 Reconstruction Acts from March 2nd, 1867 to July 19th, 1867, declaring the Southern state governments to be illegal. Following are excerpts from President Johnson's veto message to Congress regarding its first Reconstruction Act. The military is being used to coerce the people into adopting principles and measures that they are opposed to, in which they have an undeniable right to exercise their own judgment. The bill is without precedent and without authority, in palpable conflict with the Constitution, and utterly destructive to those principles of liberty and humanity for which our ancestors on both sides of the Atlantic have shed so much blood and expended so much treasure. The purpose and object of this bill is to change the entire structure and character of the states' governments, and to compel them by force to the adoption of organic laws and regulations, which they are unwilling to accept if left to themselves. If they do not form a constitution with prescribed articles in it, and afterwards elect a legislator which will act upon certain measures in a prescribed way through subjugation, neither blacks nor whites can be relieved from the slavery which the bill imposes upon them. So what President Johnson is telling you, that this 14th Amendment bill was going to make both blacks and whites slaves. Pretty strong language. What other evidence do we have of that? So the constitutionality of the 14th Amendment and the Reconstruction Acts went before the Supreme Court on 4 different occasions. First time, the court dismissed on technical ground that the court had no jurisdiction of a bill to enjoin the president in the performance of his duties. They couldn't make him do his job. Second time, the court declined jurisdiction by holding that the case concerned purely political matters instead of personal and property rights, which at one time was the only way you could get a case in front of a court if there was an injured party, a real injured party, and there was that gave him standing. The court held that a bill to restrain the defendants who represent the executive authority of government from carrying into execution certain acts of Congress, inasmuch as such execution would annul and totally abolish the existing state governments of Georgia, is not within the jurisdiction of the court. In other words, the court said it could not stop the federal government from completely annihilating or abolishing the state of Georgia. And that's exactly what happened. It abolished every state. The third time, the Supreme Court assumed jurisdiction on the constitutionality of the Reconstruction Acts and were argued before the Supreme Court. But before the Supreme Court could enter a judgment, the Republicans in control of Congress rushed through a bill repealing the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court under the Act of 1867, prohibiting the Supreme Court from proceeding on any appeal already before it. The court waited till the bill was passed and then postponed for further consideration of the matter until the next term. In the biggest battle between Congress and the Supreme Court in the nation's history, for the first time, Congress removed the court's jurisdiction to hear a case. The last attempt to obtain a ruling on the Reconstruction Act was made in Ex parte versus Yeager. The Supreme Court assumed jurisdiction, and this action was immediately answered by the introduction of a bill in the Senate explicitly prohibiting the Supreme Court from considering any case which involved the validity of the Reconstruction Acts, followed by another prohibiting the judicial review of any act of Congress. Congress made themselves, in the laws and bills they passed, untouchable. So much for the three equal-powered branches of government. The Tulane Law Review, Volume 28 of 1953, an article entitled The Dubious Origin of the 14th Amendment, by Walter J. Sutton, Jr., former president of the Louisiana State Bar, states, "The most extreme and amazing feature of the Act, as the requirement that each excluded state must ratify the 14th Amendment in order to again enjoy the status and rights of a state, including representation in Congress. Section 3 of the Act sets forth this compulsive coercion that's imposed on southern states. The most apt characterization of this compulsive provision, placing these states under military authority, there to remain until they comply, inter alia, with this requirement of ratifying the rejected 14th Amendment, is found in a speech of Senator Doolittle of Wisconsin, a Northerner, a conservative Republican. During the floor debate on the bill, he said, 'My friend has said, what has been said all around me, and what is said every day, the people of the South have rejected the constitutional amendment, and therefore we will march upon them and force them to adopt it at the point of a bayonet, and establish military rule over them until they do adopt it.'" And you can see the source there. So obviously, our founding fathers, which the Constitution guarantees every state the right of republic, the right to have a republic. Our founding fathers never thought that they were going to get the states to ratify something at the point of a bayonet. That's not their intention. So what has Congress said about the 14th Amendment? On June 13th, 1967, United States Representative Rarick of Louisiana submitted to the United States Congress Louisiana House concurrent resolution urging the United States Congress to declare the 14th Amendment to be illegal. He also entered a treatise on the illegality of the 14th Amendment prepared by Louisiana Judge Lander H. Perez. You see, you guys, attorneys and judges have tried to help us. We have failed to support them. Congressional Record 1967. You can get this out of any law library that you want. It says the 14th Amendment, equal protection law or tool of usurpation. It says the purported 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution is and should be held to be ineffective, invalid, null, void, and unconstitutional for the following reasons. The joint resolution proposing said amendment was not submitted to or adopted by a constitutional Congress. Article 1, Section 3 in Article 5 of the United States Constitution says that should happen. The joint resolution was not submitted to the President for his approval. The proposed 14th Amendment was rejected by more than 1/4 of all the states then in the Union, and it was never ratified by 3/4 of all the states in the Union. The Unconstitutional Congress. Now, this document is about 6 or 7 pages long in the Congressional Record, and so we're just going to go through the very first one, a little bit of it. Don't want to spend all day on it. You can do your own research and see what it says for yourself. Article 1, Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state. Article 5 provides that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. The fact that 23 senators had been unlawfully excluded from the U.S. Senate in order to secure 2/3 vote for adopting of the joint resolution proposing the 14th Amendment is shown by resolutions of protest adopted by the following state legislators. The New Jersey legislature, by resolution of March 27, 1868, protest as follows. The said proposed amendment not having yet received the assent of 3/4 of the states, which is necessary to make it valid, the natural and constitutional right of this state is to withdraw its assent is undeniable. That it being necessary by the Constitution that every amendment to the same should be proposed by 2/3 of both houses of Congress, the authors of said proposition for the purpose of securing the assent of the requisite majority determined to and did exclude from the said 2 houses 80 representatives from 11 states of the Union, upon the pretense that they were no such states in the Union. Now, you guys got to remember, this is 1867, or the 14th Amendment was done in 1867. the states came back into the Union in 1865. The war was over. North Carolina was back into the Union by December 1865. So they were into the Union. They voted and ratified the 13th Amendment. But now all of a sudden they're no longer in the Union because they weren't going and playing the same game that White House or Washington wanted them to play. So how did the Reconstruction Act affect North Carolina? It actually affected every state in the Union at the time, and it affected 7 other states about the exact same way that it affected North Carolina as far as the governors being forcibly removed. So let's look into it a little bit. From 1865 until his removal in 1868, Governor Jonathan Worth fought against programs of Reconstruction emerging from Washington, D.C. He loathed the 14th Amendment and the Reconstruction Act passed in early 1867, which provided for military rule, a new state constitution, and elections to replace the existing government. On June 30th, 1868, General Canby of the United States Army issued General Orders 120, which states in part, to facilitate the organization of a new state government, the following appointments were made. To be Governor of North Carolina, W. W. Holden, Governor-elect. Vice Jonathan Worth removed, to take effect July 1st, 1868, on the meeting of the General Assembly of North Carolina. Now remember in the Lieber Code where it says that if you don't want to take an oath to our new government, we can take you out of office, and that's exactly what they've done. And this is proof of it right here. Here is a archive certified copy of General Orders 120. You can get it on the second floor of State Archives of North Carolina. His response. In a letter dated July 1st, 1868, Governor Jonathan Worth surrendered the government of North Carolina to W. W. Holden under what he deemed military duress during a time of supposed peace. The letter states in part, yesterday morning I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience to a telegram from General Canby, he would today at 10 a.m. administer to you the oaths required preliminary to entering upon the discharge of duties of the civil governor of the state, and that thereupon you would demand possession of my office. I intimated to the judge my opinion that such proceeding was premature even under the Reconstruction legislation of Congress, and that I should probably decline to surrender the office to you. I do not recognize the validity of the late election under which you and those cooperating with you claim to be invested with the civil government of the state, and you have no evidence of your election, save the certificate of a Major General of the United States Army. I regard all of you as, in effect, appointees of a military power of the United States, and not as deriving your powers from the consent of those you claim to govern. Knowing, however, that you are backed by a military force here, which I could not resist if I would, I do not deem it necessary to offer a futile opposition, but vacate the office without the ceremony of actual eviction, offering no further opposition than this, my protest. I would submit to actual expulsion in order to bring before the Supreme Court of the United States the question as to the constitutionality of the legislation under which you claim to be the rightful governor of the state, if past action of that tribunal furnished any hope of a speedy trial. I surrender the office to you under what I deem military duress, without stopping as the occasion would well justify, to comment upon the singular coincidence that the present state government is surrendered as without legality to him whose own official sanction but 3 years ago declared it valid. Governor Worth took the oath from Governor Holden. Governor Holden took the oath from Governor Worth when he was elected in 1865 to be the governor of North Carolina after the war was over. So it's not like, he was an unlawful governor or anything like that. He was a constitutional government, and since that time we've not had in this state or many other states a constitutional government. And this is an archive certified copy of his letter. So other laws that affect the rights of the American people. Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917. This act was implemented to deal with countries we were at war with during World War I. It gave the president and the alien property custodian the right to seize the assets of an enemy or ally of an enemy, and if they wanted to do business in this country, they could apply for a license to do so. In its original act, the definition of the word enemy as used herein shall be deemed to mean for the purpose of such trading of this act, the government of any nation of which the United States is at war, or any political or municipal subdivision thereof, or any officer, official agent, or agency thereof. Here is the original bill, and you can see the writing there. By 1921, the Federal Reserve Bank, who was the trustee for the alien property custodian, held in trust over $700 million. But March 9th, 1933, the Trading with the Enemy Act was amended at 48 Stat 1 to include the United States person because they wanted to take our gold away. So they had to make everybody in the United States who claims to be a United States citizen an enemy of the United States. Let's look at that law. This is 48 Stat 1. So when you go into a law library, you pick up the 48th Book of Congress and you go to the first page. It says, with the number 1, not Roman numeral, but number 1, and you'll see this. And you can see here where it says, on the October 6, 1917 Act, which was the Trading with the Enemy Act, they're going to amend Section 2, Subdivision B to say basically this. I'm going to highlight it so you can read it a little better. During a time of war or during any other period of national emergency declared by the President may, through any agency that he may designate or otherwise investigate, regulate, or prohibit, under such rules and regulations as he may prescribe by means of license or otherwise, by any person within the United States or any place subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, let's look at what that did. So the original Trading with the Enemy Act said this. We were the enemy. Section 2B was the government of any nation. But with this amendment done in 1933, March 9th, 1933, remember that date, it basically changed it to this. During any time of war or during any other period of national emergency declared by President, the President may control any person within the United States or any place subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's pretty profound. We haven't had a constitution for a long time. Let's look and see if there's any evidence. How do we know that these evidence affected people? First, Downs versus Bidwell, 1901. So this is before the Trading with the Enemy Act was ever done, but after the Civil War. The dissenting opinion of Justice Marshall Harlan states, 2 national governments exist, one to be maintained under the Constitution with all its restrictions, and the other to be maintained by Congress outside and independently of that instrument, which is what we see today. The only people that are subject to the Constitution now are the Congress, senators, and president, if really anybody, but they are a party to it. We're not. Senate Report 93-549 states, the United States has been under dictatorial control since March 9th, 1933. Let's look at this Senate report for a minute. This is the first page, done in 1973. You can go get it online. You can get it from a law library, Library of Congress, wherever you want to. Senate does a report on the emergency power statutes every 2 years. The last one was in 2008. And they say all the same thing. They don't have the language in them that this one has in it, but they all say the same thing. So let's look at it. This is the foreword to the Senate report. It says, since March 9th, 1933, the United States has been in a state of declared national emergency. These proclamations give force to 470 provisions of federal law. In other words, because we're in a state of national emergency, the federal law now exists that would not normally exist if we were just citizens of our state and not considered enemies of the United States of America. These hundreds of statutes delegate to the President extraordinary powers ordinarily exercised by Congress, which affect the lives of American citizens in a host of all-encompassing manners. The vast range of powers taken together confer enough authority to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional process. Without reference to any constitutional process. If it's not normal, it's not constitutional process. Under the powers delegated by these statutes, the President may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communications, regulate the operation of private enterprises, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways control the lives of all American citizens. There is no present need for the United States government to continue to function under emergency conditions. That's just in the foreword of the report. Let's look at the first page of the report. Very first page, very first paragraph. A majority of the people of the United States have lived all their lives under emergency rule. For 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have in varying degrees been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. The problem of how a constitutional democracy reacts to great crises, however far dates or goes way beyond the Great Depression. As a philosophical issue, its origins reach back to the Greek city-states and Roman republics. And, in the United States, actions taken by the government in times of great crisis have, from at least the Civil War, in important ways shaped the present phenomenon of a permanent state of national emergency. Civil War, they're talking about the Lieber Code or General Orders 100 that put us underneath military rule and have kept us there. So you look back at what this report is saying. It says it can control and regulate private industry. Before 1933, you did not have to have a license to operate a business, to operate a vehicle, to build a house. You know, if you look up what a license is, it is because you are incapable of doing so. And the original Trading with the Enemy Act, that you're now a part of, in order to continue to do business in this country, they made all the original 1917 countries we were at war with get licenses so that they could monitor those countries and making sure they weren't sending profits back from the businesses that they were doing here in North America or in the United States. They weren't sending those profits back to Germany so they could use that money to wage war against the United States. Well, now, because we've been added to the Trading with the Enemy Act, now they can keep a complete eye and control us in every way, just as this Senate report says. So when you think your politician or your judge or anybody is innocent, that they don't know what's going on, like I said, they do these reports every 2 years, and ignorance of the law is no excuse. They certainly hold you to it. So we've looked at some of the fraud on the federal laws that are only in existence because we were classified as an enemy. And we've seen that the 14th Amendment was never lawfully passed. Did they ever properly pass those 470, which now are well over 500 federal laws that affect us today? This letter is from the desk of Harley G. Lappin. He is the director of Federal Bureau of Prisons. I'm going to zoom it in here so you can look at it. It's done July 27th, 2009. It says, "Attention all department heads. There has been a large volume of inmate requests for administrative remedies questioning the validity of the Bureau's authority to hold or classify them under Title 18. On the claim that Public Law 8772 was never passed or signed in the presence of a quorum or majority of both houses of Congress, as required by Article 1, Section 5, Clause 1 of the Constitution. Although most courts thus far have relied on Field v. Clark to avoid ruling on the merits of these claims, however, there have been some which have stated they were not bound by the Field case. But those cases did not involve a quorum clause challenge. So out of abundance of caution, I contacted the Office of Legal Counsel, the National Archives, and the Clerk of House of Representatives to learn that there is no record of any quorum being present during the May 12, 1947 vote on H.R. 3190 bill. And in the House, and the record is not clear as to whether there is a Senate vote on H.R. 3190 bill during any session of the 80th Congress. So what he's saying is he's done his own research and found out that all these inmates were right. There has never been a proper form or quorum in place to pass this law properly, so it's not a valid law. He goes on to say there's only one Supreme Court case that says in order for any bill to be valid, the journals of both houses must show that it was passed in the presence of a quorum, and he gives you the case there. The Clerk of the House states that the May 12, 1947 vote was a voice vote. But the parliamentarian of the House states that a voice vote is only valid when the journal shows that a quorum is present, and that it's unlawful for the Speaker of the House to sign any enrolled bill in the absence of a quorum. On May 12, 1947, a presence of 218 members in the hall of the House was required to be entered into the House in order for the 44-member 38-6 voice vote to be illegal. In other words, out of the 218 members that were supposed to be there, only 44 showed up. The rest of the people did not want to sign that bill because they knew it was an unlawful bill, making the United States people enemies and subject to the federal laws. It appears that the 1909 version of the Federal Criminal Code has never been repealed. In other words, since the new Title 18 hasn't been passed, the only true federal version that is in existence today is the 1909 version. He goes on to say, therefore, in essence, our only true authority is derived from the 1948 predecessor, which again is referring to the 1909 version. Although adjudication of the constitutionality of congressional enactments has generally been thought to be beyond the jurisdiction of federal administrative agencies, this rule is not mandatory. So, although he knows it's fraud, they don't have to rule on the fraud. They don't have to hear or allow people to get out of the fraudulent jail. According to the Supreme Court in the case Thunder Basin Coal Company versus Reich, therefore the Bureau, under the advice of legal counsel, feels That is, it is the best interest of public safety to continue addressing all these administrative remedies requests by stating that only Congress or courts can repeal or declare a federal statute unconstitutional. You guys, the people that go to the jail for IRS issues, all the different frivolous things that people go to jail for, most of them all are under Title 18 and are all fraud. That's just the facts. And this is somebody in government that has done his own research. You can go get archive certified copies of the documents yourself and verify it for yourself. Do what he's done. But he's done his own research, and he says, you know what? Let's just keep it going. Let's just keep playing the game. They won't know any different. We won't let them have the truth. So a review of events that took away your God-given rights. 1861, Congress was adjourned sine die, which means without assigning a day for a further meeting, and Lincoln could not legally reconvene Congress. In 1863, the Libra Code was established, giving the government the ability to take away your property and your rights, and putting the country underneath military rule or martial law. In 1867, the 14th Amendment was added to the U.S. Constitution, but was never ratified by a constitutional Congress or presented to the President of the United States to be signed into law. This law made whites and black slaves, as stated by President Johnson. June 30th, 1868, Governor Jonathan Worth was removed from office because he opposed the Reconstruction Acts of the 14th Amendment and military rule. March 9th, 1933, the U.S. person or citizen was added to the Trading with the Enemy Act, making them enemy combatants, classifying them the same as Al-Qaeda. April 5th, 1933, Executive Order 6102 was given, making it illegal for a U.S. citizen to own gold. April 17th, 1933, Senate Doc 43 says, it doesn't matter how we pay for things because the state owns it all anyway. 1948, Title 18 was never lawfully passed by Congress or Senate, making Title 18 null and void and without effect. So how did the Constitution structure our government? Ben Franklin was asked, what kind of government do we have? He said, a republic if you can keep it. Article 4, Section 4 guarantees to every state in the Union a republican form of government. What is a republic? Republic is Latin for a public thing, and the public thing was law, and it was God's law. What is a democracy? When I was doing my research, I came across this cartoon, and I think it sums it up the best. The squirrel says, I think a democracy is the best possible political system. The raccoon says, you're dope, and the fox says, that's great. The raccoon says, who supports a new law that all present squirrels should be eaten by a fox and a raccoon? The fox and raccoon vote, and the majority is a majority. The squirrel tries to veto, but majority rule or mob rule means the law does not apply. The majority of the people can do what they want to do, and the minority just have to go along with it. The squirrel now doesn't think a democracy is the best political system. In a republic, the squirrel would have been protected by the law, and the raccoon and the fox could not have voted on eating the squirrel. Plato said, a democracy passes into despotism, which is a form of government which a single entity rules with absolute and unlimited power. Karl Marx said, democracy is the road to socialism. We started being called a democracy in around 1913 by President Woodrow Wilson. He said the American people are unable to make good decisions for themselves, so the government needs to be able to make those decisions for them. Now, I'm not a fan of Wilson, and I don't agree with him on anything. But I will say this. I don't think he was very far from the truth when he said that. The people decided to stop ruling themselves and started asking for others to rule them for them. So how is the power divided in the government to protect the republic? We're supposed to have 3 branches of government, each with equal power: the executive, legislative, and judicial. This is from .gov website. What power does the executive branch have? They control agriculture, commerce, defense, education, energy, homeland security, justice, state, interior, treasury, transportation, veterans affairs. They control everything. There's nothing that the president does not appoint to the office and control their job. So it is their policy that is created. What power does the legislative branch have? They control their websites and their leadership, and that's pretty much it. Does the legislative branch have any control of anything of importance when the president can issue an executive order and do whatever he wants without approval of the House of Representatives, without your approval? So it doesn't really matter what power they have. The president just issued an executive order, which is unconstitutional. First one was done by Abraham Lincoln, so he could reconvene Congress. So it's completely unconstitutional and can only be done because we're now a military. What power does the judicial branch have? Doesn't matter. Congress will just pass a law restricting the courts from hearing any arguments it doesn't want the court to hear. They've certainly done this in the past. The president controls the Justice Department, so he controls what actions are going to be prosecuted in the courts. So let's look at who's working against the American people. We understand a little bit about what has been done to us, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more, but that should give you a pretty good color picture of what's going on. Now we need to find out who exactly is the enemy. The corporate federal government. When I say the Queen, I mean the Crown, the Federal Reserve, the IRS, lawyers, and unions are just to mention a few. And before we have any knee-jerk reactions, I'll say there are some lawyers out there and people who work for unions that are good people, and they don't know any different. They're being played, and we'll show you a Senate report that proves it. So there's a lot of good people out there that are playing. They're trying to do good things, but they work for bad people, and they don't understand what they're doing because they're not taking the time to investigate it. So how's the Queen involved? Now, it goes back a long way, and this is just a small example of the fact that she's involved, but she gets her Social Security. This is statutory instrument 1997, number 1778, and it basically is amending a 1984 agreement on Social Security between the government of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and the United States. It says, now therefore, Her Majesty, in pursuance of Section 179, 1A and 2 of the Social Security Administration Act of 1992, and all other powers enabling her in that behalf, is pleased by and with the advice of her Privy Council to order, and it is hereby ordered as follows. So the Queen is making an order on how we're dealing with Social Security. And you can go through and you can research this yourself and find out exactly what they're talking about. But you can see clearly territory means as regards to the United States, not just the corporate United States government in Washington, D.C., but the states and District of Columbia. Who controls the Queen? 1213 Papal Decree. April 21st, 1214, the Pope in Rome formally accepted King John's surrender of his kingdoms and his pledge of vassal, together with monies paid in tribute. And 3 months later, July 1214, Pope Innocent III raised the interdict against the English. Thus the Pope assured the English of access to heaven, from which they had been barred by their king's opposition to the Church of Nazarene, or communist totalitarianism and denial of civil rights to mankind. Got to go back and research what's going on. But at this time, the people did not have access to the Bible. The church controlled the Bible, and the church told the people that the only way you could get to heaven is if you paid. And so they made the king pay. The king turned over all of his properties, all of his money to the Pope, and so literally the crown is the arch treasurer to the Vatican still to today. It's just a fact. I'm sorry about if I offend anybody, but these are just the facts. It's just history. So why haven't our lawmakers fixed this problem? This cartoon is a pretty accurate depiction about exactly what happens in Washington, D.C. First of all, when a congressperson or a senator gets elected into office, the first thing they have to do, or they're told to do by their party, is they need to raise money. So they spend the majority of their day, even senior congresspeople and senators, spend the majority of their day trying to raise money for their party. If they don't, their party will no longer support them, and they will just have a pretty hard time in Congress. So they end up going to the lobbyists because it's easier to get, $10, $20, $30,000 at a time than $2 or $3 at a time from the constituents like us. So that is a very good source of some of the problems we have in D.C. Plus, obviously our Congress people are not writing any bills. The senators are not writing any bills. They don't even read the bills that somebody else writes. So it's pretty obvious that that's going on. Another good reason. The unions started out in this country as protecting the workers' rights. They started out helping young kids get out of work camps, and things like that. But now they control and dominate our employees, our employers, our government. They are some of the biggest lobbyists in government. They control pretty much everything. Local governments on up to federal governments. And the lawyers themselves, this is a good cartoon. My law practice has been so successful, they've named loopholes after me. They write things on legalese that you and I don't understand. They change the definitions of words constantly. So that what meant something or a particular thing today means something entirely different tomorrow. And so we can't be protected by words we don't understand. And we use words like person. A person is a corporation. A person is not a living and flesh-bodied person or individual. So different meanings of words. We need to understand how they use them and how they use them against us and how they get us to admit that we're a person. We admit that we're a corporation. Look it up in Black's Law. Look up the definition yourself. And now they have jurisdiction over us because we've admitted to be what they want. This is the report on the National Lawyers Guild, the legal bulwark of the Communist Party. Done around 1915. It was a House report. And we're going to get into a little bit about it and see some of the things that it's talking about. The National Lawyers Guild is the foremost legal bulwark of the Communist Party. Its front organizations and controlled unions, since its inception, has never failed to rally to the legal defense of the Communist Party and individual members thereof, including known espionage agents. It has constantly fought against national, state, and local legislation aimed at curbing the communist conspiracy. It has been most articulate in its attacks upon all agencies of the government seeking to expose or prosecute the subversive activities of the communist network, including national, state, local investigative committees, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and law enforcement agencies generally. Through its affiliation with the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, an international communist front organization, the National Lawyers Guild has constituted itself as an agent of foreign principle hostile to the interest of the United States. These aims, the real aims of the National Lawyers Guild, as demonstrated conclusively by its activities for the past 13 years of its existence, are not specified in its constitution or statement of avowed purpose. In order to attract non-communists to serve as a cover for its actual purpose, as an appendage to the Communist Party, the National Lawyers Guild poses benevolently as a professional organization. See, they're not telling you the truth. They get people to come in to think they're doing the good things, and there's organizations throughout this world that work that way. These are just the lawyers and the unions we're talking about in this particular Senate report. New Mass, a weekly publication of the Communist Party, featured an article entitled "The Defense for Counsel, the Need for the National Lawyers Guild." In its issue of June 14, 1938, by Charles Wright, an attorney for the Soviet government, a member of the Guild, observed that, with the growth of the American Labor Party in New York, and they're talking about unions there, and the kindred progressive movements throughout the United States, the lawyers, who in many of the smaller communities are the nerve centers of political activities, will be an invaluable aid in galvanizing the latent liberal elements of the country into a political force. The National Lawyers Guild can and will form one of the most important adjuncts to the progressive movement, representing the interest in workers of the farmers. So there you go. They tell you clearly on what their purpose is. We're not using what people think they're going to do. They're telling you exactly what they're going to do with their own words. So what is the Federal Reserve? The Rothschilds, is Eugene Mile, Israel Sheff, Warburg, Lehman Brothers, Goldman Sachs, Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Aldrich, and other bankers created a Federal Reserve Plan in a private meeting on Jekyll Isle on November 22, 1910. Research Eustace Mullins, he's done some great research on this. Other people plagiarized his work, but he's done a very good job on this. The original plan was called the Aldrich Plan. It was brought to Congress and to the American people by Republicans. It brought forth one national bank, and the people hated it. They understood our country at that time was better educated. They understood what a national bank had done to our country before and what it had done to other countries, and would not tolerate it. And so the Democrats, pushed by Wilson, and the bankers put Wilson into office, it's very well documented, came out with a new plan, which is called the Federal Reserve Plan, which is the exact same language in the plan. They just had 12 national banks. That was the only difference. And they renamed it as the Federal Reserve Plan. So you can see that the Republicans and Democrats, the upper end of those organizations, have worked throughout history together to get the country pointed in a common direction. There are people on both sides that want the right thing for this country and have stood up and spoke for this country, without the support of the people, of course. But as an overall picture, the money behind them have kept the country going in the same direction, and that is towards the wrong direction. So in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was passed with only 3 congressmen voting on it. Congress was not properly adjourned during the Christmas break and allowed this to happen. Charles Lindbergh, representative of Minnesota, said, "The financial system has been turned over to the Federal Reserve Board. That board administers a finance system by authority of a purely profiteering group. That system is private, conducted for the sole purpose of obtaining the greatest possible profits from the use of other people's money. This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the President signs this bill, the invisible government by the monetary power will be legalized. The people may not know it immediately, but the day of reckoning is only a few years removed. The worst legislative crime of the ages perpetrated by this banking bill. It was signed in 1913. The Great Depression happened in 1929, which gave the banks more control over more of the country. At the time, the national banks, the Federal Reserve banks, really only had power over the Northeast. The rest of the country was financing their own growth, and they didn't like it. And so 1929 came along, which took a lot of those banks out and worked out pretty good for the Federal Reserve, but not so good for everybody else. Congressional Record, March 3, 1934. Congressman Weidman stated, "So the paramount issue of today is this. Shall the government of the United States be run for the benefit of the international bankers, or shall the citizens of the United States be given the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Shall we replace the Statue of Liberty with a golden statue erected to the god of greed? Shall we forget that the only time our Savior used force was when he drove the money changers from the temple? Let us reestablish the principle that we all believe in, that all men are entitled to the right to work, to own their own homes, and to reap a just reward for their labors, and to enjoy nature's sunshine as God intended. We owe it to our children that we shall not depart and leave them in a condition of bondage and slavery to organized greed and gold." Court case, Lewis versus the United States. It was a case where Lewis was hit by a Federal Reserve vehicle. He sued the United States for damages, and the court said the Federal Reserve Bank is privately owned. We conclude that the reserve banks are not federal instrumentalities. They're no different than Federal Express. So how is the government using your taxes? This is the Grace Commission report done in 1984. Ronald Reagan, when he came into office, wanted to find a way to save the American people money, and so he commissioned Peter Grace to look into taxes to see how he could save people money on their income taxes. This is part of his response. Mr. President, you have been so correct in resisting attempts to balance the budget by increasing taxes. The tax load on the average American family is already at counterproductive levels, with the underground economy having now grown to an estimated $500 billion per year, costing about $100 billion in lost federal tax revenues per year. The size of the underground economy is understandable when one considers that median family income taxes have increased from $9 in 1948 to $2,218 in 1983, or by 246 times. This is runaway taxation at its worst. 1/3 of all their taxes is consumed by waste and inefficiency in the federal government, as we have identified in our survey. Another 1/3 of all their taxes escapes collection from others as the underground economy blossoms in direct proportion to tax increases and places even more pressure on law-abiding taxpayers, promoting still more underground economy, a vicious cycle that must be broken. With 2/3 of everyone's personal income tax wasted or not collected, 100% of what is collected is absorbed solely by the interest on the federal debt and by the federal government contributions to transfer payments. In other words, and these are his words, in other words, all individual income tax revenues are gone before one nickel is spent on the services which taxpayers expect from their government. So the IRS is a private debt collector for the private entity known as the Federal Reserve. Who is the IRS? The GAO, or the Government Accounting Office, has the IRS listed as a foreign corporation. The 1954 Army Handbook has the IRS listed as a foreign debt collector. That's all they are. But yet we give them all the energy and credence in the world because we fear them, the little man behind the curtain. This is a copy of the Grace Commission report. So is the government trying to protect us or control us? This is National Security Study Memorandum, also known as the Kissinger Report. It was done in 1974, declassified in 1989. It's about a 130-page report. We're just going to talk about a couple different little things in it, but you need to read the report in its entirety so you understand exactly what your government's trying to do for you or to you. Section 28, World Policy and Programs in the Population Field should incorporate two major objectives. A. Actions to accommodate continued population growth up to 6 billion by the mid-21st century without massive starvation or total frustration of developmental hopes. B. Actions to keep the ultimate level as close to possible as 8 billion rather than permitting it to reach 10 billion, 13 billion or more. While specific goals in this area are difficult to state, our aim should be for the world to achieve a replacement level fertility, a 2-child family on average, by about the year 2000. This will require the present 2% growth rate to decline to 1.7% within a decade and to 1.1% by 2000. Compared to the UN median projection, this goal would result in 500 million fewer people in 2000 and about 3 billion fewer people in 2050. Attainment of this goal will require greatly intensified population programs. A basis for developing national population growth control targets to achieve this world target is contained in the World Population Plan of Action, which is part of this report. The World Population Plan of Action is not self-enforcing and will require vigorous efforts by interested countries, UN agencies, and other international bodies. To make it effective, the U.S. leadership is essential. So let's look at some of the topics they talk about in this report. Chapter 5, Implications on Population Pressure for National Security. They want to make sure we don't have too many people who could harm national security. Actions to create conditions for fertility decline. So they're going to do some kind of action to create some kind of condition for fertility decline. You can do your own research on that, and we'll go over that in just a little bit, but it's not something that they're trying to get you to do willingly. We're not talking about the pill. Functional assistant programs to create conditions for fertility decline. So they're going to create these conditions. Food for Peace program and population. That part of the report talks about how they were going to work with these third world countries and basically use food to control whether or not they were going to put certain things in place so that they could start getting their population in control. In the mid-40s or 50s, on those pages of this report, they talk about how the American woman was staying home having too many babies, and so they basically need to get her out of the house, get her working, and work on taking down the family unit, so you stop having so many kids, and you have to go out and work more, and gosh, parents don't want to have 10 kids when they're out working. It's hard to raise them that way. Research to improve fertility control technology. Let's look a little bit at a few things that may be related to this. ATSDR, Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. This is on fluorides, hydrogen fluoride, and fluorine. Some of this is what you find in your water, toothpaste, you shower in it, you drink it constantly. Let's look at how fluoride, hydrogen fluoride, and fluorine may affect my health. In adults, exposures to high levels of fluoride can result in denser bones. However, if exposure is high enough, these bones may be more fragile and brittle, and there may be a greater risk for breaking bone. In animals, which we are, a version of an animal, exposure to extremely high doses of fluoride can result in decreased fertility in sperm and testes damage. This is by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This next one is on the National Autism. You can get it off their website. And I'm not going to say this right. I'm not a professional speaker. I'm not going to claim to be, but thymurosol is an inorganic mercury compound that is metabolized to ethyl mercury and thiosilicate and has been present since the 1930s as a preservative in some vaccines and pharmaceutical products to prevent bacterial and fungal contamination. So let's look what that is. The facts. Mercury is hazardous to humans. The use of toxic poison as a preservative is undesirable, unnecessary, and should be eliminated entirely. The United States is in the midst of a tragic epidemic of autism. An analysis of the U.S. Department of Education data from 1992 to 1993 in comparison to 2000 to 2001 indicates there has been an average increase of 644% among U.S. children. Now, if you go through and read this report, it's not that the numbers didn't increase because they got better at reporting it or anything like that or diagnosing. You can see at the bottom it says, confirm the autism epidemic is real and not due to changes in diagnosis or population changes, nor is explained by other factors. It is explained by the poisons that we ingest in our body. That simple. The poisons we clean with. So where do all the other taxes go? If I stop paying my taxes, how will the roads and schools get built? The Grace Report shows you that all your income tax is wasted or goes to pay interest on the national debt, which is pure profit to a private bank called the Federal Reserve. Let's look at North Carolina's Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or the CAF report, and see if we can find a clue there. You can get this from the osc.nc.gov. You can get it for whatever state you're in, whatever county, city. They all have these reports. Now, it shows total assets up here to be $82 billion. This is on page 82, I think it is, of a 300-plus page report. Total liabilities, $11.9 billion, which gives North Carolina the state of $70.9 billion in assets. There's a YouTube video out there of an Oregon congressperson on the floor raising Cain in his state because they're trying to raise taxes, and he just found his CAFR report for the first time and realized there was over $4 billion in cash that was unallocated that they could use for what they wanted to do. But that's not what they want to do. They want to raise taxes. And the reason why they want to raise taxes is to keep you working and keep you better controlled. To get more information on this, you might want to go to Walter Buren's site, which is CAFR1.com. He's got a lot of good information on it. Now we're going to talk about how our banking system works. First, I want you to understand that our current monetary system is based on debt. This is a Federal Reserve note. Note means debt instrument or promise to pay. You cannot pay debt with a debt no matter how hard you try. So we're going to look at our Constitution. It says what it says, see what it tells us about paying debt, and try to understand a little bit about how our monetary system really works. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution clearly states the following. No state shall make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in payment of debts. Pretty simple. So, is our current money backed by substance? No, this is from the federalreserve.gov website. It pretty clearly states that it's no longer backed by substance. So, are the states violating the Constitution? North Carolina Constitution, Article 6, Section 7, under oath, says, before entering upon the duties of an office, a person elected or appointed to the office shall take and subscribe the following oath. They solemnly swear or affirm that they will support and maintain the Constitution and the laws of the United States, and the Constitution and the laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith. Now, North Carolina General Statutes 105-357A, underneath medium of payment, states, taxes shall be payable in existing national currency, which is the Federal Reserve note, which is not gold or silver. So North Carolina has a law that is unconstitutional. Clearly, the Constitution says no state shall make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in payment of debts. So what's going on? Are you violating the Constitution with how you pay debt? No. You're not a party to the Constitution. You're an enemy of the United States, same as Al-Qaeda. But just like the 14th Amendment that they didn't pass properly, and just like Title 18 that are only in effect because you're an enemy of the United States, they were never lawfully passed or ratified, they had to give you out here, which is known as House Joint Resolution 192 or Public Law 7310. It's located at 48 Stat 112. It was passed making it illegal for anyone to require you to pay a debt in a particular kind of currency. Let's look at this one. This is an archive certified copy of that particular law. To assure uniform value of coins and currency of the United States. That every obligation contained in or made with respect to any obligation which purports to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency, or in an amount of money of the United States measured thereby, is declared to be against public policy. And no such provision shall be contained in or made with respect to any obligation hereafter incurred. Every obligation heretofore or hereafter incurred, whether or not any such provision is contained therein, or made with respect thereto, shall be discharged upon payment, dollar for dollar, in any coin or currency, which at time of payment is legal tender for public and private debts. And your signature is legal tender for public and private debts. This is the origins of accepted for value. B. As used in this resolution, the term obligation means obligation, payable in money of the United States. And the term coin or currency means coin or currency of the United States, including Federal Reserve notes and circulating notes of the Federal Reserve banks and national banking associations. So it's very clear, nobody can require you to pay a debt in any particular kind of coin or currency, including Federal Reserve notes. This law has never been repealed. It's still on the books. You can go into a law library and find it. And it's very hard to enforce, but you can do it. You can start accepting for value your mortgage payments, your taxes, anything. It's a legal and lawful way to pay debt. So let's talk about how money is created. First, Congress votes to increase the federal debt by, let's say, $1 billion, and instructs the United States Treasury to write an interest-bearing bond for $1 billion. The Treasury offers the bond to the Fed against the taxpayer's ability to pay. This is what a bond looks like. This is a 30-year bond at 7.58% interest. So technically, Congress is telling Treasury to sell you into slavery to a private bank called the Federal Reserve. Congress is saying, hey, now Congress has the right to make money. They can print money. It's in the Constitution. They can do it. But they don't have the right to delegate that authority to somebody else. And that somebody else does not have the right to charge authority or usury, interest or usury against it. So Congress literally is saying, hey, yeah, print more money. We'll get these people to work and pay off the interest for you. The U.S. Constitution, the 13th Amendment, says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Pretty clearly there's some involuntary servitude there. We're paying interest to a private group of bankers that we don't want to, that we don't need to, that's not necessary for. So let's look and see how this works. This is a birth certificate, but it works the same way as it would if it was a car or a house. When you go buy a new car, you or the dealer sends the manufacturer's certificate of origin to the DMV, and now your state's DMV, along with the county that it's registered in, knows that it's got a new vehicle that's going to start paying taxes. Technically, you're going to pay taxes, but that vehicle is going to generate more income for them. They place all these new assets on a ledger and sell bonds against them. So just like a hospital, if they were going to build a hospital, they would put a business plan, say it's going to make this much money. They'd go to the public and say, would you like to buy these bonds? It'll pay you this much interest. And people, yeah. So they buy the bonds. They finance the building of the hospital. They buy the future profits of that hospital, what they think is going to make, what they think that hospital is going to make. And everybody wins. The people earn interest, and the bank or the city doesn't have to go borrow money from a bank to build the hospital. Well, that's the same way the birth certificate works. Now the state knows it's going to have a new income-producing asset when it turns 18 or 16. They keep track of it because you fill out a Social Security form that was completely voluntary. If you go back and look at the rules, you never had to have one. You still don't have to unless you want a bank account or drive or do anything like that. But you never had to have one, and they track your entire school, work, and everything through this. Big brother keeping an eye on you. Then you fill out this W-4, which is an employee withholding allowance certificate. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do about taxes, but you need to look up the laws, what an employee is. An employee is somebody who works for the government. What is income? Income is profit. If I had a cell phone or something that I bought for $20 and sold it for $40, the $20 that I made on it is profit. If I went out and worked and traded my labor for that $20 cell phone, that's the equal exchange of value. Somebody thought my labor was worth $20, and I thought that phone was worth my labor, and so we made an equal exchange. And that's what we did. No income. So, number 3, the Fed buys the bonds by simply creating a bookkeeping entry for $1 billion to credit the government's checking account. They just created a digital book entry. They don't transfer gold. There is no gold. They don't do anything. They just hit the button and voila, there's $1 billion for them. The Treasury now writes checks against the created credit. These checks are dispersed throughout the country, endorsed by recipients, and deposited into banks. The banks send the Treasury checks to the Fed to be cleared. The Fed debits the Treasury's account with credits. The Fed debits the Treasury's account and credits the banks with the amount. These credits increase the bank's reserves. And we're going to talk about that a little bit also. These reserves serve as a base used by the commercial banks to create checkbook money and to lend it out at interest. So they're going to use this to lend more money out to you at interest. And now you see the 1 through 6 arrows. Now you got the other arrows that go to the banks and come out in many different ways. And that's where most of the money is created. So we're going to talk about that next. First, UCC Law on Federal Reserve Publications. UCC Law 3-102C says regulations of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System and operating circulars of the Federal Reserve Banks supersede any inconsistent provisions of this article. UCC Law governs all financial instruments, and what they're saying is we may govern all financial instruments, but UCC Law is subordinate to what the Federal Reserve says. It's very important. So you go to the bank to get a loan to buy a home and sign a promissory note for $100,000. The bank deposits this $100,000 note into a bank account with your name on it. They have to. It's a law. and the bank gives you a check for $100,000 so you can go purchase your home. Has the bank loaned you any money? Now, there's all kinds of fraud out there in the mortgage market, and it really starts right here. No, you made a deposit with the bank for $100,000, which was your promissory note, and the bank gave you a check for $100,000. Now you're even. It's against the law for a bank to loan you its depositors or investors' money. Modern money mechanics, Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, says of course they, meaning banks, do not really pay out loans from the money they receive as deposits. If they did, no additional money would be created. This is the title page for Modern Money Mechanics. Well, the worst part isn't that you are paying a bank principal and interest for money that the law says you did not borrow. The worst part is that the bank is using your promissory note as reserves so they can loan out more money. Your promissory note became a Tier 1 asset for the bank, allowing them to take your $100,000 note and lend out $900,000 more to other customers. In that book, Modern Money Mechanics, they give you this example. First, they show you at stage 1, or they show you the initial reserves provided, and they start with $10,000. And they show you the loaning process, how it creates excess reserves with every process. When they loaned out $10,000, they only had to keep $9,000 in reserves, and so they created $9,000 out of thin air. If you follow this through all the stages, eventually it makes out to where they have $90,000 in additional money. Thus, it says at the top here, thus, through stage after stage of expansion, money can grow to a total of 10 times the new reserves applied to the banking system. Now, I wish money would grow 10 times in our wallet. As the new deposits created by loans at each stage are added to those created at all earlier stages, and those supplied by the initial reserve creating action. So here they give you a graph of what that looks like. The deposits there to the left in the dark, $10,000, and everything else is money completely created by the act of loaning money. Your promissory note became money, became cash, and now it's in the bank as an asset. Money in banking, page 11, explains that when banks grant loans, they create new money. The new money is created because a new loan becomes a deposit, just like a paycheck does. Next is a copy of a promissory note that has been stamped, paid to the order of, without recourse, so it could be deposited by a bank. Here's the first page of a promissory note. It's a normal average promissory note. Here's the second page, and I zoomed it in there so you could see where it says paid to the order of. They turn that promissory note into a same thing as cash, same thing as a check, whatever it is, and deposit it into the bank. Money in banking says, most people suppose that banks lend the deposits of its customers. However, no bank ever lends its deposits. I bet you thought, from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, says banks create new money by depositing promissory notes. The receipt of cash from depositors increase both its assets and its deposit liabilities, which enables it to make additional loans and investments. It accepts as an asset the borrower's debt obligation. Banks create new money by depositing promissory notes. And it also says money does not have to be intrinsically valuable, be issued by a government, or be in any special form, because the most common form of money is your signature. As the title page for that book. Two Faces of Debt from the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago says, such newly created funds are in addition to funds that all financial institutions provide in their operations. A deposit created through lending is a debt that has to be paid on demand of the depositor. Depositors' balance rise when the depository institution extends credit, either by granting a loan or by buying securities from the depositor in exchange for the note or security. What they're saying here is if you walked into the bank and you borrowed $100,000 to buy a house, that bank takes that $100,000 promissory note, deposits it into the bank. If you had good credit, it becomes a Tier 1 asset, and they can monetize it or expand it 10 times. If your neighbor walks into the bank with $100,000 that he dug up out of his backyard and bought a $100,000 CD, he deposits that into the bank. It becomes, again, a Tier 1 asset. The bank can monetize it 10 times the same way they can your promissory note. The difference is they're going to pay your neighbor back at interest, and at the end of 5 years, whatever the CD is, he gets all his money back. But you don't get anything. They go on to say, in this case, no one loses a deposit. The money supply is simply increased. New money has been brought into existence. This is the title page. Generally accepted accounting principles. Federal statutes, Title 12 says banks must follow the generally accepted accounting principles. While a 2003 edition of the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles on page 41, underneath the section of cash and cash equivalent, states, anything accepted by a bank to deposit would be considered as cash. So your promissory note is deposited at the bank the same way your paycheck is. The bank uses that deposit as reserves so they can create more money to loan out to other customers. Further evidence that the money we use today is created by you. Congressional Record 1933, page 83, says, the money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar because it is backed by the credit of the nation. It will represent a mortgage on all the homes and all the other property of all the people of the nation. This is a page from that particular congressional record. Congressional Record, April 9th, 1934. Congressman Patman says, a Federal Reserve Bank has a great privilege. It has the right to issue a blanket mortgage on all the property of all the people of this country. It is called a Federal Reserve Note. For that privilege, Section 16 of the Act provides that when a government prints a Federal Reserve note and guarantees to pay that note and delivers it to a Federal Reserve Bank, that Federal Reserve Bank shall pay, it seems to be mandatory, he's saying, the rate of interest that is set by the Federal Reserve Board. The law has never been put into effect. The Federal Reserve Board sets the zero rate. Instead of charging an interest rate, which the law says they shall charge, they set no rate at all. Therefore, for the use of this great government credit, these blanket mortgages that are issued against all the property of all the people of this nation, and against the incomes of all the people of this nation, they do not pay 1 penny. Not 1 penny of the stock of the Federal Reserve Bank is owned by the government or the people, but is owned by private banks exclusively. They do not pay 1 penny for the use of that great privilege to the people or the government. So your labor has built or rebuilt just about every nation in the world. And have you received any consideration for lending the world your credit? You are the best slave because you think you're free. And they've also used your money to wage war against people. And it's hard to understand, but when you really start looking into the history of our country, you can see why maybe people in other countries are mad at us, because we've allowed these people to do what they've done, and we've financed them. We've provided the funding for them to do it. Report to the Comptroller of Currency, 1963. Banking and Monetary Studies. Whatever their other errors, a long line of financial heretics have been right in speaking of fountain pen money. Money created by the stroke of the bank president's pen when he approves a loan and credits the proceeds to the borrower's checking account. So what does a bank's accounts look like if this is really true? This is a financial 10 report. You can go to FDIC.gov and get this report and look at any bank you want to that's FDIC insured. This particular bank has $2.6 billion in assets, and it also has $2.6 billion in liabilities. That is line 2 and line 15. This bank has total equity capital of $325 million. So all the buildings, equipment, asset stock, preferred and non-preferred stock equals $325 million. But somehow or another, this bank has had $2.1 billion to loan out. So this shows and proves that banks create money out of thin air. Nowhere on their ledger will you find that they had $2.1 billion alone. They created it with your promissory note. So if banks work that way, why haven't somebody sued them? Well, they have, and they've won. First National Bank of Montgomery versus Jerome Daly. In the Justice Court of Minnesota, County of Scott, Township of Credit River, Justice Martin v. Mahoney, the jury found that the plaintiff, who is the bank, was not entitled to recover possession of Lot 19. That because of failure of lawful consideration, which in other words the bank did not loan any money to this customer, to this gentleman who was an attorney, the note and mortgage dated May 8, 1964 are null and void. That the sheriff's sale on above described premises is null and void of no effect. That the plaintiff has no right, title, or interest in said premises or lien thereon, as is above described. Sections 50, 51, and 52 of America's Jurisprudence, second edition, under Actions on page 584 states, no action will lie to recover on a claim based upon, or any manner dependent upon, a fraudulent, illegal, or immoral transaction, contract, to which the plaintiff was a party. See, no bank ever loans money, and it's conversion. They take your promissory note and convert it into money, which they didn't tell you about, and they give you your money back. And so there's no lawful consideration. There's no risk. And without any risk, there's no contract. And no contract means all these foreclosures that are going on today, every one of them. This is just one of the reasons there's fraud, not to mention everything else. But here is the original court record. You can go to Minnesota's website, from their government website, and you can pull down all the documents. It's got testimony from the Federal Reserve Bank, from the bank that that was foreclosing on him, and they all said the same thing. Yep, we didn't loan you any money, but they thought the judge and the jury would go their way, and they didn't. This is all 3 pages. So are the banks breaking any laws? Let's look at a few. There's quite a few, but this one's important. This is the Banking Act, or the Currency Act of 1864. It's an act to provide a national currency secured by the pledge of the United States bonds and provide for circulation and redemption thereof. Section 27. And be it further enacted that it shall be unlawful for any officer acting under the provisions of this act to countersign or deliver to any association or any other company or person any circulating notes, promissory notes is a circulating note, contemplated by this act, except as herebefore, provided in accordance with the true intent and meaning of this act. And any officer who shall violate the provisions of this section shall be deemed guilty of a high misdemeanor, and on the conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine not exceeding double the amount so countersigned, and delivered into imprisonment not less than 1 year, and not exceeding 15 years, at the discretion of the court in which he shall be tried. Section 28. And it shall be further enacted that it shall be lawful for any such association to purchase, hold, and convey real estate as follows. And it goes through the couple of reasons, 5 reasons how they can hold property. At the bottom of that one it says, such association shall not purchase or hold real estate in any other case for any other purpose than as specified in this section, nor shall it hold the possession of any real estate under mortgage, or hold the title and possession of any real estate purchased to secure any debts due to it for a period longer than 5 years. How many bankers and people that work in banks would be going to prison for 15 years if this law was enforced? Section 53. And be it further enacted, that if the directors of any association shall knowingly violate or knowingly permit any of the officers, agents, or servants of the association to violate any of the provisions of this act, all the rights, privileges, and franchises of the association derived from this act shall be thereby forfeited. And in cases of such violation, every director who participated in or assented to the same shall be held liable for his personal and individual capacity for all damages which the association, its shareholders, or any other person shall have sustained in consequence for this violation. Again, you guys, we got prison time for bankers for doing what they do every day. It's completely against the law. Here is a 2009 Popular's name table of this particular section, and you do this so you can see what amendments have been done. And the Currency Act that we just talked about last was amended in 1908, and they've never taken those particular parts of the National Currency Act out. Still in law today, but the Office of the Comptroller of Currency will not enforce it. So just like anything else, we got laws in effect to protect us, but the people that we elect to enforce it won't do it. Julius Caesar was assassinated by the senators of Imperial Rome for turning the empire over to the Canaanite bankers. Rome was once a great and mighty power, but it was destroyed without a battle, as was Babylon, Egypt, and Greece. The bankers have ordered the murders of kings, world leaders, and presidents because they've threatened their control. Research Executive Order 11,110, signed into law by President Kennedy. For the first time since 1913, it was going to start allowing Treasury to print money again, without the Fed's approval. Then research how long it took President Johnson to repeal that order. He did it within 24 hours of Kennedy's death. And we the American people support this every day. What will this country look like after they're finished with us? You pay the bankers usury on money they did not loan you, for property you cannot own. You pay the IRS, a foreign debt collector for the Federal Reserve, so they can hire people, pay judges to put your friends, neighbors, and family members in prison unlawfully. Why? Why are you paying money to people so they can poison, kill, and control you? When are you going to say enough is enough and stand up for you and your children and stop giving them energy to make slaves out of you? When the people do stand up and take responsibility and end the tyrannical rule of the IRS, banksters, and the Fed, imagine how fast our economy will recover. This system has robbed us and our children of the right to the pursuit of happiness and freedom, and has killed men, women, judges, and world leaders that have tried to stop it to do the right thing. What are they going to quietly force the people to do next? What if one day you are required to take a number so you can get a job, a bank account, or even travel? The Bible in Romans 13:17 says, "And that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name." Could that ever happen to us? Could it be close at hand? What about this number? We all have to have a social security number. You need it for a job, bank account, or travel documents, and much more. Now, I'm not saying that this is the number God was talking to us about. But don't think the United States is the only country that requires a number like this. Every developed country has its version of the Social Security number. We have discussed the Civil War, 14th Amendment, and Trading with the Enemy Act, and how they've been used to make us all enemies, so they can take away our gold, property, labor, without due process. We have unquestionable evidence that Congress, the President, and the courts are completely aware of what they've done to make us all slaves. We know that our government sells us into slavery to a private bank called the Federal Reserve. We know that without us borrowing money into existence to purchase our homes, cars, or whatever, that money cannot exist. So we know that without debt and slavery there is no money. So what can the people do? What about the Constitution? Will that protect us? The judge in the Paddleford case in 1854 stated, "But indeed no private person has a right to complain by suit in a court on the ground of breach of the Constitution. The Constitution, it is true, is a compact, but he is not a party to it. The states are parties to it, and they may complain. If they do, they are entitled to redress, or they may waive the right to complain. You see, you and I never signed the Constitution. It's not our contract. The states had representatives there that signed the Constitution, not us. But the Ninth Amendment says, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people." That's us. The 10th Amendment says, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people." The Declaration of Independence says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Now really quick, an unalienable right, pronounced inalienable in today's words, means a right that cannot be liened or a right given to you from God. It's a right that you don't have to pay for to have. So when you have to pay for property taxes or different things like that, you're paying for a right that's supposed to be naturally unalienable. To continue, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right, I would say the duty of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. And for the support of this declaration, with firm reliance on the protection of the divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. When the people stand up and assume their unalienable rights, they will truly own property, and the unconstitutional property taxes will be gone, and illegal theft of generations of work will be done away with. In the 1700s, it was the preachers that refused to take a license from the king that helped lead the people to freedom. Our churches used to keep us informed and tell the people the truth. The people depend on our churches. But today, most of our churches are state-run churches, and it can only say what the state allows them. If a 501c3 church wants to tell the people the truth, they risk severe penalties from the government. When the people stand up and free our churches, they will not have to worry about speaking the truth again. When the people stand up, we'll get our schools to start educating our children again, instead of teaching them to be better slaves. Woodrow Wilson, then president of Princeton University, said the following to the New York City School Teachers Association in 1909. "We want one class of person to have a liberal education, And we want another class of person, a very much larger class of necessity, in every society to forego the privileges of a liberal education and fit themselves to perform specific, difficult manual tasks. But the motive behind the disgusting decisions that bring about these needs need not be class-based at all. They can stem purely from fear or from the by now familiar belief that efficiency is paramount virtue rather than love, liberty, laughter, or hope. Above all, they can stem from simple greed. H.L. McKinnon wrote in the American Mercury, April 1924, "The aim of public education is not to fill the young of the species with knowledge and awaken their intelligence. Nothing could be further from the truth. The aim is simply to reduce as many individuals as possible to the same safe level, to breed, to train, and to put down dissent and originality. That is the aim of the United States, and that is the aim of every." We need to constantly educate ourselves to protect our freedoms and the freedoms of our children. This is the greatest country that has ever existed, and we have our Father in heaven to thank for it. But as stewards of the land, we need to stay vigilant, educated, and informed of the truth. Please don't wait for the news to tell you the truth. Thomas Jefferson often said, "Advertisements contain the only real truth to be relied upon in a newspaper." Do you want to see our country go back to being a republic again? Or do you like being considered the enemy and having the same rights as a slave? Are you willing to mutually pledge to each other your lives, fortunes, and sacred honor? Will you bring a friend or family member to watch this presentation or learn more about our nation's history? If so, get involved and help us share the truth with other people. Remember, it's not what can your country do for you, it's what can you do for your country. If we don't face the real issues, not the symptoms, we'll never fix the problem. And if you know about the problem and look the other direction, pretending that it does not exist, you are the problem.